I call this meeting of the Northeast Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is 5:30 p.m. The board will now adjourn into executive session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Texas Government Code 551.071, private consultation with board's attorney. 551.074, to discuss personnel or to hear complaints against personnel. Texas Government Code Section 551.076, discussion regarding security devices or security audits. And the time is still 5:30 p.m. The board will now convene an open session, and the time is 6:19 p.m. On behalf of the trustees, I'd like to welcome you to this evening's meeting of the Northeast ISD School Board. This is a business meeting of the board held in public. We appreciate your attendance and request your respectful attention. We welcome your comments during the Matters from the Floor section of the agenda. However, if you've signed up to address a specific action agenda item, you will be called at that time. We wish to emphasize that this is a business meeting of the board, and while those in attendance may disagree about issues, it is our expectation that everyone will conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner. We ask for your cooperation in avoiding disruptions. If any disruptions occur, we will be given a warning. If they persist, you will be asked to be removed from the meeting. I'd like to remind everybody that it's the mission of Northeast to challenge and encourage each student to achieve and demonstrate academic excellence, technical skills, and responsible citizenship. And related to the folks that are going to speak either at Matters from the Floor or about a specific agenda item, due to the volume of people and the business meeting or the matters that we have to address tonight, we're going to limit public speaking to 2 minutes apiece. So if you have any edits that you need to make to your statement, we will be keeping the time limit to 2 minutes for both Matters from the Floor and any specific agenda items that may be called. So just wanted to give you a heads up before we move any further. All right, item number 5, Invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. A, Ed White Middle School. Principal, Mr. Fernando Ruiz.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. My name is Fernando Ruiz, and I am the proud principal of Ed White Middle School, home of the Eagles. It is my pleasure to introduce two outstanding Eagles who represent the very best at Ed White. Emma Magana will be doing the invocation tonight. She's a student in the Design and Technology Academy at Ed White. She's a member of the National Junior Honor Society, a student ambassador, and an athlete who participates in tennis, cross country, and track. She also competes in academic UIL and is a chicken tender who helps maintain our chicken coops, which were funded through a NEIF grant. She's joined today by her mother, Michelle Magana, who is also a teacher at Ed White, her sister Lucy, her aunt Monica Magana, her uncle Raul Ruiz, and her two cousins, Maya and Jalen. Family, could you still stand so that the board could recognize you? Also joining us today to recite the Pledge of Allegiance is Chaos Adkins. Chaos is a student athlete who participates in football, basketball, and track. In addition, he is a pal on campus and volunteers in his community. He is joined today by his father, Melvin, and his uncle, Brandon. Family, could you please stand and be recognized? Emma, could you come up with your invocation, please?
Good evening, everyone. As we gather here tonight, let's take a moment to reflect on the significance of this month, Black History Month, a time to honor the struggles, achievements, and contributions of Black leaders, educators, and trailblazers who have shaped our society and continue to inspire us today. May this meeting be guided by the same courage and wisdom that fueled those who fought for justice and equality. Let us listen with open hearts, lead with fairness, and work together to build a future where every student has the opportunity to thrive. May we celebrate diversity, embrace knowledge, and uplift every voice in our community. Let our discussions tonight reflect our commitment to inclusion, education, and progress. Thank you.
We have to raise this up for chaos. Come on up.
Please stand for the United States Pledge and the Texas Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the Texas Pledge. Honor of the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, indivisible, with liberty. A little nervous.
Yeah, Emma and Chaos, if y'all want to come up to the front with Mr. Ruiz, take a picture. Family members, if you want to take a photo of them while they're up here with Dr. Micah and our esteemed colleague, Miss Tracy Shelton. Emma and Chaos, thank you very much for being here this evening. Family, thank you for being here. You all are welcome to stay, but you are also welcome to leave if you want to. You don't have to watch if you don't want to stay. But thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. All right, item 7. Matters from the floor. The trustees welcome comments from members of the public during this time of the meeting. Generally, board members do not respond to public comments during the meeting, although members may request further information or a future agenda item on a matter raised during public comment. As explained fully in the board's written procedures for this time, the matters from the floor portion is a limited public forum. Accordingly, speakers may present a topic related to district business for up to 2 minutes, but are not permitted to make 1, personal complaints about an individual staff or board member that should be raised during the district's grievance policies, 2, a personnel action, 3, a student disciplinary matter, 4, a complaint about a particular student, 5, or pending litigation. Any person who persists in speaking on these topics after being directed not to do so will lose the remainder of their time to speak and may lose their privileges of addressing the board at future meetings. If you signed up to speak on a specific agenda item, you will be called up when the board reaches that item. Please remember that this is a business meeting of the board. Any person or group engaging in outbursts of any kind causing a disruption to the meeting will be warned, and if they persist, will be removed from the meeting. This is to ensure that all speakers have an opportunity to make comments without interruption, and that the board members are able to pay full attention to speakers without any distractions. We also welcome written comments at any time, either through email at board@neisd.net or by mail, care of the Superintendent's Office at 8961 Tesoro Drive, 6th floor, San Antonio, Texas, 78217. And so at this time, we're going to call, there's a few people that have just some general matters they'd like to speak to, so we're going to call those folks up. Everybody else that's for the agenda item later about school consolidation, will be called at that time. So Lisa Thompson, our board secretary, is going to call your number, and then she will also be the timekeeper for your 2 minutes.
Okay. Number 4.
Didn't expect to be so early.
Welcome.
President Byer, members of the board, Dr. Micah, my name is Tom Cummins, and I'm representing Northeast AFT teachers and support personnel. I'm going to speak on the consolidation of the schools at this point. AFT opposes the recommendation to close Driscoll, Clear Spring, and Wilshire, as no attempt has been made to retain or recruit students to each of those schools. We urge you to develop a program beginning now with the parents, faculty, and community to recruit students for each of those schools. As you know, there was no warning given to each of the school's communities that closure was imminent. There was no plan implemented as how closure could be avoided, such as providing a targeted student increase, which if attained would keep the school open. As we stated last month, when the charter school law passed, it was hailed for causing competition throughout the school district with the charter schools that were recruiting heavily in our district. Unfortunately, we did not have a program to recruit and retain students, while charter schools are very competitive recruiters. NEISD has not competed, and now we see the results. We know that NEISD provides a much better education than charter schools. There's no comparison, but that fact has to be communicated to the students' families who have left NEISD, and it should be in person. Not only should recruiting plans be developed at the 3 campuses on the agenda tonight, the plan should be developed for all endangered campuses. Please vote to delay any closing by at least 1 year, and please
That's time.
develop a student recruitment program with the parents to keep the schools open.
Thank you, Mr. Cummins. That's your time.
Okay? Please vote to not abandon
Thank you, Mr.
those
Cummins.
schools.
Appreciate it. All right. So we're gonna ask for these next ones, as we call you, if you're about school consolidation, you're gonna be asked to wait till the agenda item. So go ahead.
Number 5.
Is this related to consolidation or something else?
I want board members to ask. Hello, my name is Adrian Lara. I am interested in the educational safeties of students, and I am providing a resolution today. I heard a story about a student from Jefferson who had went to school, and while he was at school, he was informed by the principal that his parents were deported while at school. Although this is a unique story to SEISD, I feel that NEISD sphere hasn't provided necessary resources such as counselor support to students that are feeling affected by deportation in their family. And I'm also feeling worried that there aren't necessary resources to who and where students should reach out to in the case that their parents do get deported. And I am encouraging the district to review its record-keeping policies and practices to ensure that no data is being collected regarding students' immigration status, and also any requests that ICE or law enforcement request information about a student, that be redirected toward the superintendent's office to make sure that the request is in compliance with FERPA, and then any judicial warrant that is presented by ICE also be directed towards the superintendent's office. And I'm requesting that the Northeast Board of Trustees publicly address in written form and make available online who and where students should contact if their parents are deported, the counselor support for students who are feeling the effects of deportation within their family, and then procedures that parents should follow if their child is to be deported while they're at school. I'm also requesting that there be procedures for for teachers to follow when ICE is on NEISD campuses, and then the parameters for teacher communication with students when ICE is on NEISD campuses regarding obstruction of justice. And then, although there has been a public statement made by the superintendent's office.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Number 13.
Was number 13 here to speak on consolidation? Okay, we'll.
Yes, I believe number 13 is adopted.
Okay,
Okay.
we'll hold that one.
Move that.
Thank you.
Number 23.
Hi, good evening, Dr. Micah, President Byer, Board of Trustees, and our executive staff and guests. My name is Selena Valdez, and I'm a proud teacher here in Texas, and I am also the president of the Northeast Education Association. I'm here tonight to speak about the urgent need to protect and support our public schools and invite you all to take action. As many of you know, the legislative session is one of the most critical in recent history for public education funding, and our schools are struggling under the weight of underfunding, teacher shortages, and rising costs. Yet instead of addressing these urgent needs, lawmakers continue to push policies that divert money away from public schools, and we cannot afford to be silent while the future of our students hangs in the balance. That's why I'm inviting you to join educators, parents, and advocates from across Texas to the Save Texas Schools rally at the Texas Capitol on Saturday, February 22nd from 11 a.m. to 1. This is our chance to stand together and demand that our legislators fully fund public education, respect our teachers, and prioritize the needs of the Texas students. We all know the facts. Texas ranks among the lowest in per student funding. School districts across the state are facing budget shortfalls, forcing difficult choices that impact our classrooms. And dedicated teachers are leaving the profession because they cannot afford to stay. These are not just numbers, these are our kids, our colleagues, and our communities. And if we don't show up, decisions will be made without us, the decisions that could harm public education for years to come. We need every voice at the Capitol, and I encourage you to spread the word, bring your families, and stand with us so we can fight for the schools our students deserve. Remember, save the date, February 22nd. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 27.
Good evening, Board. My name is Zerai Bermudez, and I am a senior at Madison High School. I come before you with the intent of updating the NEISD Student Code of Conduct, Section 4, which covers the distribution of non-school materials. This section prohibits students from petitioning without principal support due to the possibility of disrupting instructional time. My fellow students and I often feel like our voices aren't loud enough to make change, or that we are limited to make change within our school and community due to our age or policies prohibiting us from something as simple as sharing a peaceful petition. As developing adults, we are learning the different ways we can use our voice for change, and we believe that we should be allowed to peacefully petition on issues that affect our student body and staff in any aspect. Therefore, we are asking that the board modify this policy to allow students to not need administrative approval, and or that we can use our lunch period and non-curricular campus time to peacefully share petitions that can be used to make positive changes within our community. This type of participation in civil discourse is a part of this district's TEKS. Nearly all social studies TEKS have some variation of the following. The student communicates in written, oral, or visual forms. The student is expected to apply foundational language skills and engage in civil discourse about social studies topics, including those with multiple perspectives. This request stems from a recent experience within the last 3 weeks, in which a few peers and I were passing around a petition during non-teaching times to seek a policy that would support our school campus by not allowing ICE to enter our schools unlawfully and apprehend any immigrant students or faculty members with the idea of maintaining our schools as a safe space. I understand that the recent letter issued January 30th from the superintendent took care of my recent petition request, but this
That's
won't.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other non-school closure? or-
No, everything else is
Okay.
related.
I actually accidentally missed an agenda item. We'll go back to item 6, recognitions. A, President's acknowledgement of special calendar events. This is National Career Technology Education Month, so those of you that are in our Career Technology Education program, even those that are not, please thank your CTE teachers for what they do and the time they give for that special part of our district. February 13th, this week, is School Resource Officer Appreciation Day. So when you see your school resource officer, please give them a high five or say hi to them. I guess that's on Thursday. And then February 20th, next week, is School Bus Driver Appreciation Day. So please give your bus driver a big shout out on February 20th. They front lines of our district, and they're the first ones to see your kids in the morning and the last ones to see them at the end of the day. So thank them for all they do. And lastly, one that wasn't given to me by Ms. Chancellor, we have Dr. Micah was actually awarded with a certificate this past weekend from the Scouting America Alamo Area Council. He received the Albert K. Fretwell Outstanding Educator Award for the work that he's done through the district and with Scouts. So we appreciate what he does and thank him for that. He was not expecting me to say that, so he's a little embarrassed right now. So, item 8, matters from executive session. A, personnel, including but not limited to administrative appointments pursuant to Government Code Section 551.074. 1, possible action regarding routine personnel, including but not limited to administrative appointments. A, head coach / athletic coordinator of MacArthur High School. Do I have a motion to approve as presented in executive session?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Shelton. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Villarreal. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion passes 7-0. Item 9, presentations. A, intruder detection audit. Dr. Micah.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we discussed in the back, we had 8 campuses since the last board meeting that went through the door audit through TEA, and all 8 received a clean audit score, so we had no findings at those. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item B, teacher incentive allotment updated. Mr. Rudy Jimenez, Chief of Schools and Leadership.
Thank you, President Byer, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. Shiloh Whitten, our Executive Director for Human Resources, will address this item.
Good evening. While Mr. Cattell awaits for the presentation to appear, I want to give you a little background on the teacher incentive allotment, and just kind of for those members that were not here when we last presented in April of 2023. The teacher incentive allotment was established through House Bill 3 during the 86th Texas legislature to elevate the teaching profession by providing districts a way to implement a strategic compensation system that would help reward, retain, and recruit highly effective teachers on 3 different levels: recognized, exemplary, and master. These teacher designations generate additional teacher-focused allotment funding for districts in order for them to reward their top performers. There are 2 ways that teachers can earn designations. First, they can pursue national board certification to automatically earn a recognized designation. We are happy to say that we currently have 7 teachers who are in a cohort, and they are all expected to complete the requirements to earn a designation during the 25-26 school year. The second way is through creating a local designation plan, and districts can use this plan to designate their affected teachers and recognize them through this opportunity. Northeast, we recognized that we needed to pursue this for our teachers. And so tonight we are providing you with where we are on our path to developing our own local designation plan. First, let's begin with how these 3 goals of TIA align with our district scorecard. Here you can see that the focus that we have here, when we look at priority 2 of staff, states we value our employees and invest in their growth. A local designation plan under the teacher incentive allotment uses additional funding to increase teacher salaries, increases student achievement, supports teacher growth, increases recruitment and retention of the most effective teachers to our highest need campuses, strengthens our current evaluation system, and helps NEISD in an already competitive market. So all of these tie directly to the 3 objectives shown here for Priority 2. If we look further at the vision of TIA shown here, we see how it mirrors our first objective 2.1 of the district scorecard. When we last presented to the board, again in April of 2023, there were a total of 173 districts out of the 1,200 school systems in Texas that had a fully approved plan. As of the start of the 23-24 school year, there are now 597 school systems who are in the process or have completed the process of having their local designation system approved. Here you can see how districts have a higher retention rate when you compare designated teachers versus those who are non-designated who have chosen to remain in a teaching role ranging from 5.9 to 8% difference. TEA defined the 2 components that must be included in a district's local designation plan. That was teacher observation and student growth data. So when designing a system to seek the answers to how will we identify, reward, and recruit teachers, we knew we needed to provide our teachers a voice, and we sought input and feedback on the development of our plan. The eligible assignments chosen and shown here had established beginning of year and end of year assessments measuring student growth that showed evidence of validity and reliability. Throughout this process, it was important that we did not present anything that would require new or additional work for our teachers. We want to talk you through our journey as we were going through this process. The journey to becoming an approved local designation system under TIA has been a multi-year process that began in July of 2022. Start to finish, working on the application to the notice of funding is a full 3 school years. First, we began with our stakeholder engagement. Stakeholders were informed, included, and valued throughout the development and execution of the system. A steering committee was formed to set the mission and vision for NEISD's TIA plan. We then surveyed our teachers on different aspects of the plan to get their buy-in. In year 1, we submitted our application to TEA in April of 2023. Then in August of 2023, we received notice that our application was approved. In year 2, during the 23-24 school year, it was our data capture year. In the data capture year, the district conducted calibration exercises, analyzed data, administered student growth measures, and coordinated among departments to monitor teacher performance data throughout the year. The data was then used to determine which teachers qualify for designations the following year. It's important to note each year is a new data capture year for teachers in TIA eligible teaching assignments. Data will be submitted each fall for the preceding year, and TEA will notify the district of final validation results in the spring. Year 3 is the current 24-24 school year. In October, we submitted our 23-24 student growth and teacher observation data for the eligible teaching assignments to Texas Tech University for validation. And I'm excited tonight to be able to announce this evening that Northeast ISD has received confirmation that we are now a fully approved district, and the TIA designations we submitted based on 23-24 teacher effectiveness data has been approved. So this is just a huge announcement and accomplishment that I'm just proud to be able to share with you this evening. This means we will receive almost $3 million to reward our outstanding educators who earn these designations. Designated teachers will receive notice in late April or early May from TEA regarding their allotment funding. Before we kind of go into the post-approval, I want to talk a little bit more about what this news means to our teachers. Our approval means 308 outstanding NEISD teachers were identified for one of the 3 designation levels shown here, with allotment amounts ranging from $3,114 to $26,703 based on the 23-24 TEA funding map. There are 2 factors campus rural status, and socioeconomic need that determine the amount allotments for each campus. Since NEISD does not qualify as a rural district, campus economic status will be the only factor in determining our allotment funding. So you'll see here the ranges displayed for the 3 levels for the state start at $3,000 up to $32,000. Those amounts are striked out to really reflect underneath the amounts that NEISD, based on, again, 23-24 information, that our teachers would be eligible to receive within those ranges. TEA will verify funding eligibility each school year in April and recalculate the allotment funds for each designated teacher based on, again, the socioeconomic status of the students at the campus for which the teacher is employed. I want to further highlight that these designations are eligible for those teachers for 5 years, and also those amounts are eligible for TRS credible compensation. So as we talk about moving forward, and again, we are thrilled to share and celebrate the news tonight that we are able to announce that we're a fully approved plan. We are committed to continuing to support our teachers in earning new designations and higher designations. We also are looking on how we can expand our designation plan to add additional eligible teaching assignments. And throughout this, we're going to continue to engage with our stakeholders for ongoing feedback. And speaking of our stakeholders, it's really important for us to give thanks to all those that have been involved in this process over the many years since we began. Members of the steering committee, that group that is noted here, were made up of campus administrators, teachers, and community members who represented each of our high school clusters. The community members were selected by our board of trustees, and our central office professionals represented the various departments that support teacher effectiveness and student growth for the 2 key components of TIA. We also have and thank our principals and assistant principals for their work and supporting their teachers. The TIA campus ambassadors, there was 1 selected for each campus. They have participated in multiple meetings that are held after hours. They go back and provide information to their campuses and help us also in the feedback they provide to our team, as well as the departments shown here: curriculum instruction, school administration, budgets and financial analysis, performance and assessment, and human resources. But I'd just like to highlight 3 special individuals within those departments. That's Brandy Merriman, Gina Graham, and Jeremy Niehoff. They were really instrumental in all of the work that was done to collect and submit this data to ensure that we could get this approval and present that to you tonight. So I'm available for any questions you might have. And again, just thank you for the time and opportunity to present.
Yeah, thank you for presenting this to us, and congratulations to everybody that put this in action several years ago and the hard work. I know it's been a lot of heavy lifting. And so for those teachers that have met these requirements, that's fantastic. And I hope we get more that want to meet the requirements. So that'd be great. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Whitten? We'll go Ms. Chidgey, Ms. Thompson, then Ms. Shelton, then Ms. Cox.
So you said there were 7 that were national board certified?
7 that are going through the program. It's a multi-year process to go to seek your national board certification. So those that are on track would be eligible for the designation in the 25-26 school year.
And what does that involve?
So that involves, they do a lot of work. They have to take some exams. They meet as a group to go through all the different things that are involved in earning that certification. It's something through the state. And so that can be up to 2 years that those teachers are convening. We partnered with Region 20. And of the group that we were able to identify, we had 7 that went through that process and have applied for and have been selected to go through that pathway.
Thank you. So did we have 7 that participated and they all made it through, or?
7 are currently participating with a completion that would get them a designation in the 25-26 school year.
Okay, thank you. And then you said that that it was an economic status.
Socioeconomic status.
Was a qualifier? So is it just title schools or certain title schools, or?
No,
all?
It's all school. I'm sorry to interrupt you. So it's all schools within the districts, but that's one of the factors in determining the actual allotment amounts. So for TA, they look at rural status and socioeconomic status to determine the allotment funding. So that's evaluated each year based on the students that are enrolled in at a campus.
So any teacher that teaches those subjects can can be part of this.
Yes, can be put forth, yes.
But they have to be part of, I mean, they have to teach those things listed on that one slide.
To be part of our local designation plan. So other districts, if they have chosen other assignments, we could employ those individuals and hire them at NEISD, and anyone who comes to us with a designation then would be eligible for those allotment fundings each year.
Okay, thank you. And then you said, I don't think I understood, 5 years, so once they qualify, do they get the money for 5 years, or do they have to requalify every year, or?
It's a 5-year, so that goes on their SBEC certification or their State Board of Educators certificate that will be posted and eligible for a 5-year time frame. Within those 5 years, they can still be put forth for a higher designation. So let's say this year we submitted them as recognized. There is a potential, since each year is a data capture year, that they might be able to earn a higher level.
Okay, thanks. And then I think you said that it was no additional work on the teacher's part. Who does the paperwork? I mean, is there not paperwork?
So the assessments that we have were already in place, and then the evaluations are already required. So
Yes.
that's something that we are the two components we have. So that's the only data that we're collecting as part of our local designation plan. And the actual collection of that data and evaluation submission is through the central office departments.
Oh, the three people that you stated?
Yes, and other team members who are along the way, of course, working as we work alongside our principals and everyone else throughout
Well,
the
I see why
process.
you thanked them. Thank you. That's all I had.
Ms. Thompson?
That actually answered most of my questions. I did have one more, and I think this was correct, that part of those monies go to like assistants and stuff like that. It wasn't all just teachers. Was that correct?
So when we presented to our teachers about our spending plan, they had the ability to determine how we would distribute those allotments. So 100% is the total we get. Then 10% can go to the district. So 10% of the allotment that goes to that campus where the teacher is employed, 10% will come to the district to help expand our plan. And then of the 90% remaining, the majority of our teachers voted for that to be shared with support staff. So if you have a situation where, one example would be, I'm a pre-K teacher. If I earn a designation, I have a pre-K assistant who's worked alongside me, then 10% of my 90 would then be available to my assistant.
Thank you.
Ms. Shelton?
Okay, they asked most of my questions, but I want to just make sure I got the math right. You said 10% to the district, 10% to the campus, 90% to the teacher?
So 90% must go to the campus where the teacher's employed.
Okay.
Of that 90%, if I misspoke earlier, sorry, 10% would go to anyone that was supporting me, and then 80% would go to the teacher. So of the 90, 10% to the support person, with an
So
80%.
10% to the district?
Yes.
90% to the campus?
Yes.
And of that 90, the teacher could get 80?
Mhm.
Okay.
If they had someone in the support role that would get the other 10.
What if
Okay.
they don't?
And congratulations. Like, this is huge. I want to say congratulations to you and Dr. Micah and everyone who thought this through, and for your foresight to just, like, this is a long process, and I appreciate you guys making it happen.
Thank you.
Ms. Cox?
I just have one question that hasn't been answered. So the eligible teaching assignments are STAR courses. So is that how this incentive, is it based on STAR growth or other testing growth, like MAP growth?
So we use MAP as our beginning and end of year assessment, as well as Circle for pre-K. So there are those that you have to look at that are approved by the state, and that's what we have selected that we already had in place.
Okay, thank you. And as a mom who has a daughter who's a teacher who got a master's level incentive, I know what a huge impact that can make. So thank you very much for all the hard work that I'm sure you all did. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have one more.
Ms. Witten, and this money will be dispersed in August
Yes, sir.
of this year, okay?
Did you have another question?
Yes, I do. Sorry. So we got how much money did we get awarded?
Approximately $3 million based on the 23-24 funding map
Okay.
right now is what we've.
And so, do we know that the amount of teachers that are going to qualify will take all of that money? Will there be money left over? Or have you already figured the money out to go to, I don't understand the math of that.
So when the allotment comes, all the money has to be dispersed by
Okay.
August. So that percentage distribution that I spoke of earlier will all have to be spent by August of 2024.
And so we know that we'll have enough teachers that will qualify to spend that kind of money, or do we adjust the amount?
No, the teachers we have, so to get the
Miss,
allotment funding.
May I give it a shot?
Yes, sir.
These are folks that were already designated.
Okay.
We have already, through this past year,
Okay.
TEA has confirmed, well, I should say that Texas Tech confirmed that it was done properly, and these 308 teachers meet the requirement at these levels. Now, moving forward, the goal is to grow that population, to get more teachers qualified in one of those three tiers.
And we'll be given more money at that time.
Correct. So the way TIA is as you start to find folks, right, that meet these requirements, then the state gives you that money to cover that cost.
Okay. So while I think it's fantastic, and I love that your daughter is going to benefit from that, how do the people feel that don't have a shot at it because they don't teach those courses?
So part of what was mentioned a moment ago is we're going to continue to look how to expand that. So what is important to understand for us is that we have to look at student growth measures that are determined that they're valid and reliable. So those are outlined by the state as certain assessments we can consider. And so we'll be looking at how we can expand that to future assignments.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions or comments for Ms. Whitten? All right, thank you very much. And again, congrats to everybody that has seen this through to this point. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item 10, Superintendent Comments. Dr. Micah.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I've got quite a few. I'll try to go through them fairly quickly. You may have seen our former Churchill Charger and current college swimmer, Carly Cronk, just broke Notre Dame's oldest school record in program history. And the amazing part is she's a freshman. Carly was born deaf and has been a huge inspiration to young swimmers. Now her record-breaking journey continues over there at Notre Dame. But hey, started right here in Northeast over at Churchill. Our C-Tech students recently installed wiring in 4 houses as part of Habitat for Humanity. This is the 17th year in a row our electrical students have volunteered their services and earned valuable experience in the process. Congratulations to our robotics teams from Encino Park, Stone Oak, Almas, and Coker. They have all advanced to the Texas Elementary VEX IQ Robotics State Championship competition, which will take place right here in San Antonio on the 1st of March. Original art from 2 Northeast students will soon be on display at the Bullock, Texas State History Museum in Austin. Congratulations to ISA senior Ava Page and Johnson sophomore Tyler Rivard. Their art was selected to be on display throughout the month of March as part of Youth Art Month. Join us in congratulating Churchill High School art teacher Mackenzie Kaw. She was just named our Northeast overall Trinity Prize nominee. So she will represent our district at the upcoming citywide Trinity Prize for Excellence in Teaching ceremony. And of course, I'm looking forward to, and I know some of you are attending, to celebrating all our Trinity Prize campus nominees on Wednesday during our reception. 2 teams from Roosevelt are advancing to the mayor. Are participating in the Mayor's Cup and have advanced to nationals in the all-service division in cybersecurity. 1 team from Johnson High School competed in the Mayor's Cup, and they have advanced to the nationals in the open division. That is our first team at the high school level to advance to the open division, which is huge. We've always advanced in all service. Now we've got one going there. And then 2 teams from Kruger Middle School just competed in the Mayor's Cyber Cup for middle school. And then finally, C-Tech students every year compete in Skills USA. And we have several that are going on to compete at the state level here very soon. And one young man, we featured him on one of our news reports in HVAC. He just won it all. So he will be competing at state. So we have some pretty high hopes for that young man. That is all, Mr. President.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to everybody. All right, item 11, new business for possible board action. A, board policy. 1, discussion and possible action regarding board policy update FFAC local. Mr. Villarreal.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Mike, executive staff, and guests, I call on Emma Kelly to discuss this policy update.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Micah, executive staff, and guests. Tonight, I am bringing a proposed revision of Board Policy FFAC Local to you. This revision would allow the district to purchase specific over-the-counter medications for two circumstances: medication used in the clinic during the school day and medications administered during overnight travel. I believe you've been provided with the suggested update to the local policy in your packet, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Do I have any trustees wishing to ask a question? Mrs. Landry?
I do have a couple of questions. In the updated policy, it says the district shall purchase certain medications and over-the-counter products, and it's pretty nebulous of what those medications are.
Yes, and there are two documents that spell out exactly what those are. The clinic medications are listed in the parent-student handbook, and they include Ambisol, bacitracin, Bactine, hydrocortisone cream, saline contact solution, Sting Kill, and instant glucose gel. And then for overnight travel, there's an overnight travel form that campuses provide to parents, and they can give their consent for their student to be administered certain medications. It's Tylenol, Advil, Benadryl, and Imodium.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the proposed revisions of FFAC Local?
So moved.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Villarreal. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Item passes 7-0. Item B, Instruction and Campus Administration. 1, discussion and possible action regarding targeted improvement plans. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, President Byer and all. Dr. Nicole Lewis, Executive Director for School Administration, will address this item. I'm sorry, she will also be helped by Brandy Merriman, Director of Performance and Assessment.
Accountability. How are you? So Dr. Lewis is going to present about the targeted improvement plans. I'm going to kind of start off by making sure everybody understands it, okay? So the federal identification for schools for improvement. As you know, state accountability for 2023 and 2024 is on hold and subject to the change or pending judicial rulings. Even though they held off our state accountability, the federal accountability continues. And so what we're going to be talking about is the comprehensive support and improvement, which they have lovingly called the CSI groups, is based on the Closing the Gaps domain. That's the third domain of our accountability system. It's about many, many different things, but mostly STAR performance, STAR growth, graduation rates, Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment, the TELPAS, and college career military readiness. The Closing the Gaps domain is just like what it sounds like. It's about closing the gaps between our student groups, such as the all-student group, the lowest two race ethnicities from the prior year, and our high-focus student group. That has been defined by the state. The high-focus student group is our special education students, our emergent bilingual students, our economically disadvantaged students, and our highly mobile students. In the past, these student groups would count multiple times for a campus. If a student was special education and emergent bilingual, they would count twice. Well, this high-focus student groups puts every kid in one big group so that every kid only counts once for that campus. So once they identify our closing the gaps, they're going to give every campus a grade for that closing campus domain. And TEA is going to rank them by level. So it's going to list our title schools from the highest student group, highest score to the lowest score, and the middle schools and the high schools the same way. So once they rank the campuses, they're going to find the cutoff, the bottom 5%. The federal government is going to identify the bottom 5% of every student group, of every level. That bottom 5% is where they're going to identify the CSI campuses, the Comprehensive Support and Improvement campuses. is the bottom 5% of elementary, middle, and high school title schools in the state. Yes, ma'am. And the 2023 Northeast ISD, in 2023, we had 2 schools identified. Remember, this is not last year, it's a year before that. And it took them a while to give us this information, but our lowest 2 schools for elementary, we had 1 school below the 5%. The cutoff was 46. We had a campus at 30, and that was Ridgeview Elementary. We also had a middle school. The bottom 5% cutoff was a 42, and Wood Middle School was at a 34. So those 2 schools have already been working on their targeted improvement plan for a full year. And most recently, in 2024, we had 1 additional campus identified, and they're going to be working on their targeted improvement plan this year. And that was an elementary. The bottom 5% was now a 56, and Delview was identified with a score of a 51. Does anybody have any questions about how we identify a CSI?
I do. I think I just want a clarification. It's good news that the cutoff went up. That means our scores went up statewide.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
That is correct. That's accurate.
Okay.
But the way they have the system, they're always going to have a bottom 5%. So they're always going to have a campus that's in that bottom chunk.
But the bar went up.
But the bar went up, correct.
So that particular school would
not have been
year
identified
before,
the year before.
But
That is
because the
correct.
bar raised over.
It's very interesting, isn't it? All right, so Dr. Lewis is going to share with you the work that they're doing for CSI campuses.
Oh, got to raise this a little bit. Good evening. So going over some of the requirements for our CSI identified campuses, there are a few steps. The first one is that each of the campuses must undergo an ESF, or Effective Schools Framework Diagnostic, and this is when we have a partnership with Region 20. They have a pre-conference with the principal to see what practices and processes they have in place. Then they come on campus to see it actually in action, and then they have a post-conference to talk about what they saw or lack thereof. They also do an audit on our curriculum and give us the report from that. After that, they will give us some proposed essential actions that they believe we should work on based on that report. The next requirement is that we must name a DCSI, or District Coordinator of School Improvement. That is me, and that is really the liaison between TEA, Region 20, and the campuses. I attend all of the trainings, and I ensure that our campuses understand the requirements and also present this to you all tonight. The next step in the requirements was to have a superintendent consultation where Dr. Micah and myself met with TEA in Region 20. We talked about some of our district initiatives as well as our campus initiatives in our proposed plan, and they gave us feedback on that. And the last requirement is why we're here tonight. Each campus must have an individual target improvement plan that is based on the ESF diagnostic that I told you about prior. They have a school improvement statement of strategy. They talk about how our resources are allocated, how that may be different. Talk about any curriculum changes, or they look at the curriculum that we're already using. And then we must also solicit public feedback from our stakeholders. And the last step of that is we have board approval. So now I'm going to go into the individual campus plans. And you're going to notice a little bit of difference between 2 of the campuses in the first one. As Brandy already said, Delview is newly identified, so we're not going to have the same amount of data sets because they are newly identified. I also want to make note that Ridgeview and Wood started their plans last year. The reason why we did not bring that to the board last year is because it was not a requirement. Everything was on hold due to some of the lawsuits that were pending, and so that was not a requirement. But this year, they have asked us to come back to the board to seek approval.
So Delview, as she mentioned, this is their first year. And Ford Elementary School, they have reading meets performance and math meets performance. And these are Delview scores for the last year. And then you have academic growth, reading and math, and student success. Student success is the average of approaches, meets, and masters, all subjects combined. They get an average, and those are the different student groups. Now you'll notice that they only have 4 groups, all students Hispanic and high focus. That's because Delview did not have another race ethnicity that met the minimum requirements of 10. And then the TELPAS data is on your right. Now, like I said before, the 2023 score would not have qualified them, but 2024 they dropped from a 68 to a 51, and that is why they are qualified as a targeted improvement group.
Can I ask
a question. Under Student Success Star, it's a number, not a percentage?
Correct, because it's an average of approaches, meets, and masters, and so they just make it look like a regular number.
But it is a percentage?
It's an average of percentages, so it's...
Okay. Got it.
Okay, and so as I just discussed briefly before, we're going to talk about the statement of strategy for each campus, starting with Delview here. From the ESF diagnostic, they have chosen to focus on data-driven instruction. And so what this means for the campus is there's going to be an intentional focus on the professional learning communities, PLCs, and just as a reminder, that's when our teachers get together to collaborate, to look at student work, to look at data, and unpack the state standards to make sure that we are planning for that. Through that, when they're looking at data, they're going to have an intentional grouping, making sure that students are grouped based on their areas of strengths or their areas of deficit, and that the teachers are intentional about intervening. They are also going to be able to address the individualized needs of students in that way, and then provide immediate interventions to address any misconceptions that we see students have. As far as their evidence-based practices, Delview is going to be implementing iReady. I'll talk to you a little bit later about how we came to that, to target student needs during interventions. So because of this, every single student at Delview has been able to take a diagnostic assessment. And this is important because one of their focal points was to be able to do that differentiated grouping. So this diagnostic assessment has allowed them to see where students should be grouped together. And every single one of their students will have interventions 4 days a week, essentially 2 days for math, 2 days for reading, or based on their need. Also, Delview is going to continue to revamp the PLC process, and this is in collaboration with our district's professional learning team. They have come over and seen the professional learning communities in action and started to talk about next steps and then how they can sustain this going forward. When we look at how Delview has reallocated resources, because they are a Title I campus, they do have instructional coaches. Usually the instructional coaches will be working with teachers, but because of this plan, they're going to be working a little bit differently. They're going to be co-teaching with the upper grade levels, but they're also going to be working with students as well. So generally they will be in coaching cycles, but they're going to be in the classrooms next to the teachers, parallel teaching, so they can see a really good model in place, and then the teacher can replicate that. Additionally, the district has supported the campus and given them an additional targeted support teacher. The majority of our elementary campuses have one targeted support teacher, and Delview has been allotted an additional targeted support teacher to also support co-teaching in math particularly. This is going to allow for the immediate interventions to address those misconceptions that I talked about and continue monitoring that student progress. We didn't want to forget about the lower grades, and so the district specialists are partnering with the campus to come in and work with the K-2 teachers when it comes to designing their lessons, and they're moving in the direction of being in the classrooms with them as well and determining what additional professional learning needs they may have. The last component is that each one of the campuses needed to solicit stakeholder feedback. So Delview has done this in a few different ways. They took the proposed plan to the CIC, the Campus Improvement Committee, and talked about the accountability data and brainstormed different ideas that they had. This is where they came up with the idea to implement iReady through the CIC. They didn't want to take any steps without having any support from that committee. Then on January 15th, you'll see there they took this to the teachers and got feedback from the teachers, and then just most recently, the principal presented at a PTA meeting where our community and our parents were able to give feedback on the proposed plan as well.
Before you move off Delview,
Yes.
Sorry, what was the feedback from the parent? I have three questions. One, what was the feedback from the parents? Two, what iReady is going to be in addition to, not in lieu of, traditional reading? And then three, can you go back to the number slide?
This
Okay,
one?
here, yes. So, and maybe, Brandy, maybe you have to help me here. So in 23, we were at 68. In 24, we are at 51. So that would be the babies from the year prior, right, that are making these scores?
Well, 2023, that was 3 through 5. And TELPAS is all grades, K through grade 5. Then 2024, it's 3 through 5 again. So some of them are the prior year and some of them are new kids.
Okay. I was trying to see if there was any correlation, if we'd missed those babies that maybe weren't picked up in the first set of data.
I don't think so, but you could see by the cutoff was 46, and I think, I'll have to go back and check, but it seems like the cutoff the year prior was really close to 46. So I think
Okay.
that they were almost there, and they just kind of,
Okay.
then they did better. You can see that their score actually went up when it comes to the cut score, but the overall score went down.
Went down, right. That was, okay. Okay, but if I could get an answer to my 2 questions, that would be great.
Yes. And I'm actually going to bring the principal, Mrs. Brittany Ballantyne, up to speak just to speak a little bit about that feedback that she received from parents.
Good evening. The feedback that we gave parents, the QR code consisted of 2 questions. One was, do you have any additional feedback or thoughts on our statement of strategy? And the second one was, how can we continue to support you at home? So the first one did not receive any additional feedback from parents. The second question, parents did provide us with feedback on how to continue to support them with our literacy nights. How can I help my students with math fluency at home? How can I talk to my student about what they're reading at home? So we plan to implement those during our reading night that we have coming up in the spring, and we'll plan an additional math session as well to help support parents with that. Thank you. In addition to, we use it during our intervention block. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move to Ridgeview.
So let me clarify, because I think I misspoke on that last one. The cutoff was the 46 for the year before, and that campus, Delview, scored a 68. The next year, the cutoff was a 51, and they scored 56 or something, and they scored a 51. So those were the cutoffs on the left and their actual scores on the right. Okay? All right. So Ridgeview has already been running their TIP for a full year, and you can see that they made some huge improvements on just about every area. The number of the 2023 is what they scored the year they were identified as comprehensive support, and 2024 is after 1 year of progress for their plan from the TIP. So they, like I said, improved in just about every area. There's one student group that their math meets performance went down, but the rest of them it went up, and most of them improved high enough to meet their targets for this year. They still have some more ways to go, but they did fantastic. So this was with 1 year of focused work for Ridgeview.
So the majority of this is going to be a continuation from last year. This campus and Wood are a little bit different than Delview, in which we were able to apply for and we were awarded an Effective Schools Framework grant, which allowed us to partner with the Vetted Improvement Partner. What's important to know about the VIP or the Vetted Improvement Partners are this is a list that's given to us by TEA, and based on the proposed actions that they gave us from the diagnostic is where you will continue to vet one of those partners and see which one you would like to partner with. So it's not just us being able to go and pick out anyone. TA has already provided this list for us. So for Ridgeview, they have decided to work with E3 Alliance, and so they're going to continue to work on data-driven instruction by also looking at their PLC structures, targeting effective professional development, and that's really providing differentiated professional development for the teachers based on what they themselves say that they need to feel more supported. Also, the instructional leadership team is working just on the culture of collaboration in general, and then allowing the teachers to have a safe space to respond to student data. Some of their evidence-based practices go back to that PLC. We can't say that enough, how important that is. That's something that is right in alignment with our district's goals as well, providing that effective professional development. And then here you'll see that we are giving teachers an opportunity to observe their peers and then give their peers feedback about their instruction. So the way their resources have been reallocated, most of this is coming from the grant. These are not district funds. These are funds that were given to us from TEA. They've also done some adjustments to their master schedule to allow for that tiered intervention time. And then they've also created a structure for observing teachers, as I said before. The last thing I'll say here, reallocation of resources, is our district specialist has also been assigned to also partner with this campus to support them in their goals. And then the stakeholder feedback is a little bit different for this campus. They have formed an ESF committee, and that smaller committee got together and shared with the staff what they were proposing. The next step was to then take this to the CIC in January 27th, and then also on February 4th, they had a campus PTA meeting in which they asked the community for feedback in a similar manner with the Google feedback form. And now for our last campus, Wood. Any questions? I'm sorry, any questions about Ridgeview?
I have a question.
Sure.
So Delview got an additional targeted support teacher. Did Ridgeview not?
That's a great question. Thank you for that. They did not, and one of the reasons for that is trying to be very intentional about where we saw the areas of need. When it comes to Delview, they did not have the ESF grant that the other two campuses had. So they had Ridgeview and Wood have additional funding that Delview did not have. And so to further support the campus, the district allotted for one additional teacher there.
So Wood Middle School is our last campus that's on a targeted improvement plan. They again have been on their second year. You can see that they made improvements in reading in almost every area, actually all areas for reading. They did not make the improvements for math that we saw in reading, so that's an area that they're going to continue to grow. And that their English language proficiency also went up from a 42 to a 55. So this is 2 years of data, and the second year of their TIP plan is this year. Any questions?
What?
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, why do we think that math dipped across all?
So math went down as a district as a whole, remember, from our accountability. And so the scores went down in every area. So why did it go down? Remember, I talked about it before. The difficulties of the assessment is what a factor, but I can't really answer that.
Okay. Thank you.
But we're looking into it.
But we are looking into it, and that's part of our statement of strategy. Thank you for that segue. So as for this campus, they've chosen to look at observation and feedback cycles to be able to get into the classrooms more often and see what's happening with teaching and learning, to see if we can identify where students are struggling or what support teachers need. They've developed an instructional sequence as well and created a research-based instructional model that they want to see in every single classroom. Some of their practices are based off of this instructional playbook that they have designed with the same partner that I'll talk about in just a minute. They were providing additional professional development to staff, tracking the implementation of these research-based practices that we've asked them to implement, and then using data to continue to see how we can support our teachers. Additionally, the district specialists have a partnership with the campus in which they have design days, and they will come out and help the teachers plan for future instruction and assessments. The way they have reallocated their resources similar to Ridgeview, because they also have been awarded the grant, as I stated, and they're working with the same VIP, which is very nice to kind of see, even though it's elementary and middle school, to see how they're working with the different campuses. They do meet with both of the campuses monthly. They come out, but for Wood, the instructional coaches, academic dean, assistant principals, and principals are setting aside time every single month to work with the partners to work on the systems within the school. A big part of that is going into classrooms, and they are tracking the usage of those instructional strategies. Now, because you just saw the data with math, an additional strategy or additional reallocation of resource for Wood is going to be that they are using a supplemental curriculum as well. So generally we use teacher-created and district-created curriculum, and they are using a supplemental one so that we can try to address those deficits that you just saw. And then lastly, they also receive stakeholder feedback. So monthly, as I stated, they're meeting with E3 Alliance. They have had multiple meetings with the faculty so that they can get feedback on what else they think that they should improve, to see how their current implementation is going and if they need any additional support. And February 4th was a busy day for our campuses because they too had a PTA meeting in which they presented their historical data, their current work, and then the proposed plan and asked for any feedback. Are there any questions about Wood before we close out?
So once they get identified for CSI, the question is, how do we get them out of it? So a campus identified for comprehensive support and improvement will be eligible to exit if They do not rank in that bottom 5% for 2 consecutive years. They do not rank in the bottom 5% for 2 consecutive years, and their domain score has to be higher than when they were originally identified. So they can't be in the bottom 5%, and their score has to go up for both of those years. So Ridgeview increased their score from a 30 to a 76 their first year.
Wow.
They improved in 18 of 19 domain areas, so their support level after their first year is comprehensive progress. So what that means is if they can stay out of the bottom 5% and stay above that 30, then they can be exited from the program. Wood went from a 34 to a 71. They improved in 11 of the 21 areas, and they are also comprehensive support, comprehensive progress. And then finally, Delview. Since this is their first year to be identified for CSI, they will have 2 years of work to do before they can be exited.
And Dr. Lewis, if I may, you all met Ms. Valentine, principal at Delview. We also have Veronica Garza, principal at Ridgeview. Veronica, if you stand up real quickly, just so everyone can see you. And then Brad Hensey, principal of Wood Middle School in the back.
Thank you for being here. So we are very happy to see the comprehensive progress for the 2 campuses, and we just wanted to bring you a little bit about our target improvement plan. So I'll take any other questions that you have before we turn it over to you for approval.
Ms. Thompson, you have some questions?
I do, just a few. This is, I believe, at Delview. Are the coaches who are moving into the co-teach model, are they going to be with the same teacher every day?
Yes.
Okay, and that was a campus decision?
So that was a partnership with our district office, our specialists, our curriculum and instruction department, the campus principal, all of their instructional leadership team, and myself.
Okay. And so Ridgeview and Wood are under the grant, but Delview is not?
Delview is not. So that was so Ridgeview and Wood, because they were identified last year, they were a little bit of a different criteria for the grants. This year, it's changed from the ESF to more of LASSO grants, and some of those, some of the qualifications, if like you want to do a complete school restart. When we were on our TEA consultation, our superintendent consultation, they said that our campus does not look like they need a complete reset. That's more when they completely take over the school. Right. So that wasn't, at that time, we didn't want to seek that grant. So we thought of other ways we can support them.
Okay. And then just out of curiosity, what does a curriculum audit in this capacity look like?
Great question. So they asked us to send in samples from a grade band, so 3 through 5, K through 2. We send in math and reading samples, and it must be curriculum. It must be assignments that have not been graded, just as we would give to a student, blank assignments. Then they take that and they have reviewers outside of our district that look it over and say to what degree they think it's high quality, if they see any research-based instructional strategies being used in that. And then from that, they will give us a score or an average and tell us if it's high quality or not. And then based on that, they might make a recommendation for us to look further into our curriculum department. So when we received that for all 3 campuses, we did take a look at that with our curriculum and instruction department to determine if there was any need to make any adjustments to our scope and sequence, to make any adjustments to our curriculum that we are currently using.
Thank you. That answered them all.
Ms. Chichi?
To piggyback on what she just asked, the assignments that go forward, do we pick those assignments or are they randomly selected?
Great question. The teachers are able to pick those. Wow. So they will we have to tell them what TEAC it's supposed to be associated with the skills, the state standards, what it's supposed to be associated with, and then the teachers are able to pick that. It can come from our district curriculum that we provide for our teachers, or it can be something that the teacher themselves created. But they are able to pick that. The principal then scans that over, and then they take it from there and then give us a report back on that. But we did get all of that feedback.
You do get to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and maybe I'm being picky about this, but how did Wood make such a fantastic gain when our math scores aren't that good?
So when you look at Wood's data, they because their score was a 42 the year before, that means that they only hit about 2 targets when it comes to their accountability. Remember, the scores went from being from a 0 to a 1, between a red flag, green flag. They went from that to a 0 through 4. And so they have more ways to improve on their scores. So when you hit 2023 to 2024, they had earned ways to make growth. And so all of those reading scores, maybe they didn't hit their targets, but they grew in all of those ways. And so that was enough to bring their raw score and their scale score up. So it's just because every target they hit made improvements. And some of them, they made some big improvements. So they may have not got a 1, they might have got a 4. So every increase makes different scores. No, you're not seeing the 0s and the 1s on this. 0s through 4s on this, you're not.
Any other questions, comments?
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Do I have a motion to approve the targeted improvement plans for Delview Elementary, Ridgeview Elementary, and Wood Middle School for the 2024-2025 school year as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Chidgey. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you all very much.
Good job.
All right, item C, Business Services. 1, discussion and possible action regarding school consolidations. Mr. Villarreal. And just so everybody knows, we're going to do the presentation first so everybody can see what the district's recommendation is, then we'll have public comment immediately following. Mr. Villarreal.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. President, I call on Susie Lackhorn to present this topic.
Good evening. Can you hear me? I think Dr. Micah is going to kick us off tonight.
I just wanted to make sure you were ready, Ms. Lackhorn.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So for those of you that were able to attend some of the meetings that we went out and spoke at the schools, you may have seen these first few slides, but I'm going to go over them, not in the detail that I did that evening, but just to recap it. So as you all know on the board, the last time we saw any significant real funding in 2019 was in 2019 with the passage of House Bill 3. As I stated before, that was $27 million that came. But what I want to remind up here to the trustees is, remember, when they issue or they pass a law that gives us money, oftentimes it's told how we're going to get to spend that money. It's not like that $27 million came in and Ms. Lackhorn and I and Mr. Villarreal sat down and decided, here's what we're going to spend this money on. It came tied to certain things like 30% in teacher pay raises and other different components to it. There were, and so while we got some money, it wasn't without strings, is how I would frame it. As you all know, because you guys all either own a house or experiencing it in your own life, right? Inflation is real, and it's not acquiescing very much. We as the school district, because, again, I want to remind you all, 458 buildings. That is a lot of real estate to keep up with, a lot to insure, a lot to maintain, a lot to heat and air condition. So we've been feeling all of that. In fact, our buying power is down by about $1,300 since 2020 due to those types of inflationary pieces. In the 88th session, for those of you that may recall, the state did give us a small amount of money, but it was only in safety. All right? And just as a reminder, when I say small amount of money, that raised the student allotment for safety from $9.72 to $10 a kid. All right? And then they gave us $15,000 per campus. But again, to go back with these strings, they passed a law also that required an armed officer or an armed person in every one of our schools. If you'll recall, and I know most of you know, some of you were on the board then, we implemented safety specialists at our elementary schools because we already had NEPD at our secondary campuses. Well, that small implementation ended up putting us $600,000 in the hole, even with those safety dollars. I also talked about the fact that birth rates are declining. They are declining nationwide. In fact, the CDC is talking consistently since 14 to 23 of a 2% decline every single year. Our statewide decline in enrollment as well is happening across the state of Texas, with public ISD enrollment declining, and as you all know, attendance. I just read an article, in fact, it was coming up again about the chronic absenteeism, how it has exploded not only in Texas but across this nation, is that the attendance rate, as you all well know, there's this belief that 6160, which is what we talk about, right, with the allotment, we only get that 6160 if the child shows up every day. Every day they're out, we get a little bit less, and a little bit less, and a little bit less. So that plays into it. And then I just want to remind you all, we've talked about this many times up here, is over 70% of our community that own single-family homes don't have school-age children in them, right? It's huge. So just very quickly, remember, back in 23, the Board of Trustees then approved a very large compensation package. We did that because we, as a system, not just Northeast, but across the state of Texas and across the nation, we're seeing an outflux of people unlike we had seen ever. I can remember visiting with one of our parents who happens to work for an architecture firm that was hiring teachers at an unprecedented rate because they too couldn't find employees. And she said to me, you know, teachers make great employees. They show up, they're studious and all these things, right? So we were losing people because, quite frankly, in public education, we don't pay what oftentimes private organizations do. So we went out and really targeted, and what I think I want you all to, for those of you that were here to remember, but for those that weren't, that was targeted compensation. That was not a flat across the board pay raise in the sense of, we say 4 and 6. What we did and what Shyla Witten and her team did was a lot of work along with Ms. Lackhorn to say, where are we not competitive with pay, and how do we pull ourselves up a little bit in areas? And so it started to become very targeted, where we were noticing that we weren't necessarily as competitive with our districts around us, and we made some targeted adjustments there to do it. At that time, I did talk about that we didn't have the money then, that we were going to have to make, that we, Dan and I and Susie, had studied and believed that we had found opportunities for cost savings, budget cuts, and things like that to make this money up over time. It was at that moment that I said, hope isn't a strategy. Because we could not hope the state was going to do anything for us, and ultimately we all know they didn't do anything. Vouchers and that conversation derailed everything. We went through 3 special sessions and absolutely nothing got done. It's important to note that $5 billion was allocated then for public education that was never provided. They never passed a bill to disperse it, so it never came out of Austin, ever. We never saw a dime of it. And then the other part that I think you all need to remember when we're looking at large cost savings, and that's what this is. This is a large budget deficit that we need to tackle. 87% of our budget is in people. That's where it is. And I said it out in community meetings, and even at that 87%, when we took it one level down, 87% of that 87% are sitting in schools. That's where people are, and that's where we want them to be. Ms. Lackhorn's talked about that. We want the bulk of our resources in schools where they're impacting young people and communities every single day. So that's where I started in the community, but I want to back up just a little bit. And I kind of want to talk about how this happens over time. And it's incremental little changes that happen that one day you wake up and this incremental change has become a giant change that it seems like where did it just happen? This is how it begins. In 95, the Texas legislature passed a bill to allow charters in the state of Texas. That's when it began. But we didn't see a lot of charters. As a state, didn't see a whole lot. In San Antonio, we didn't really see a lot. Not much really changed. But over time, slowly, more charters stood up, more things happened, and then in San Antonio in particular, something happened in 2012, which was the founding of Choose to Succeed. All right? That was instrumental locally in what's going on. What that was is organizations came together and said, we are going to push for more charters and more choice in San Antonio. I heard about this discussion even more in 2017 when I attended then Ivy Taylor and Ron Nirenberg were running for mayor. You may have recalled this. I went to KIPP Academy. They held an education night. And their discussion centered in part around charter schools and the need for them in the city. Now, I'm not saying that they push Choose to Succeed, but this belief that choice and things like that were important to rejuvenate parts of our city. In 2013, then Mayor Castro stated that he had seen this charter system work in other parts of the nation, and that he hoped that charters and public ISDs would all coexist together, that we would all just work together well, right? All right, Susie, go to the next one. So some of you have seen this. We put this together for you the last legislative session because Ms. Caldwell, then in a different position than I, we're still, every year I get more charter applications that are delivered to me, and we write letters to the commissioner stating our position on this new charter. What we spoke about in our letters is saturation. And that is what I want to show you during these slides. So as you can see, hold on, Susie, back up. This is Bexar County, that outside line, and you can see Northeast ISD right there. So when we showed you all this, now you can hit it, Susie. So those first triangles, those blue triangles, are independent school district schools. As you can see them all across Bexar County and in Northeast, all right? Then the darker circles are charter schools. And where you see those darker circles, those are charters stacked upon one another. So it's not just one there, it's multiple charters. That's another 110 schools in Bexar County. Now, look where these schools are starting to focus. It's where population density is the greatest. All right? Then we'll go ahead and layer in the next one, these purple triangles, and these are the private schools. At this time, there were 74 private schools. Now, here's the thing. Just look at how many choice options there are already. That's not all-inclusive, though, because it's not reporting online. It's not reporting the growth in homeschooling. It is not reporting a new phenomenon called podding. So we're only tracking the brick and mortar choice, but there are a lot of other options out there today. And so all of this choice leads, if you'll flip, to what you're seeing here. It doesn't happen all at once. One day you just don't wake up and all of this choice has led to this problem. It happens incrementally. Now I say that, see, it looks larger from a district level, But as we go around, and as I went around and talked to people, even at other campuses in our district, what they didn't see this type of decline. They saw a much smaller, steady decline that I will say is incremental changes. If you'll go to the next one, Susie. I also want to show you, and we showed you the board this as well, is that all of this choice isn't just impacting Northeast. We are not immune, or we're not the only ones in this. This is Bexar County ISD wide. Look at the enrollment loss throughout. Can you go to the next one? One of the things we heard about is growth in our school district, and maybe, we're going to get more homes that built. So I had a great conversation with a gentleman at one of those nights that talked about, and he stated that, COVID slowed down growth and that it was going to pick back up. But take a look at when Northeast ISD saw our new home starts. You can see back in 06 and 07, we were over 3,500 new home starts. There was a reason. We had a lot of land back then, a lot of undeveloped land. But over time, we have continued to build out. Now, we still have some pockets of growth. And what I shared with is what we see the most growth in across our school district right now are in multifamily units. It's in apartments. I remember the first time I had this discussion was very early on in 2019, I believe, when the apartments were being built off of 281 near Hidden Forest Elementary. They were putting up hundreds of units. That community was deeply concerned that Hidden Forest was going to see an explosion in population and that school could not hold it. I'll tell you folks, we didn't see it because we know that students do not come from apartments, not very many. One example, Miss Lackhorn, we were talking earlier today, out of a brand new complex, the school saw 2 students out of that apartment complex. It just does not bring a lot of school-age children to us. So go to the next. So this is an example that is a real example out of one of our schools that I want to show you what this incremental enrollment loss looks like. So here's a campus. It is a K-5 school. It has 437 students and 23 teachers in it. So as you can see, we're breaking out. You can tell there's nobody over 22-1 because we're supposed to keep below 22-1 in grades K-4, right? Susie, if you'll hit the slide. We just lost 24 kids. Okay? So take a look. The 24, we lose 4 over here at kinder. Now this is an example for you, but we lost 4 at kinder, we lost 4 at first grade, we lost 4 at second, and 4 throughout, right? So what does that mean to our bottom line and what happens in our school district? So the loss of 24 students will lower the school district's revenue by $139,000, right? If no one belongs to any special populations, all right? If nobody belongs to any of those. Why isn't, though? So here's the question. See, why isn't it the same if you take 24 loss of kids and you multiply it by 6160? How come it's not 147,840? Because it's attendance. Remember, every time a student doesn't attend, and hey, that can be because they have the flu, we're going to lose money for it. That's a legitimate reason to stay home. They've had a death in the family. There are a myriad of reasons why parents have their kids stay home. But every time that happens, so we use a 95% component to it, right? So, but see, for us and what it needs to, because school finance is so complex, on average, we're most likely going to lose $194,000. It's not going to be the 139. It's not going to be the 147. It's going to be more like 194. So you're going to say, why is that? How did it make? Because of the weights in the system. So when a child is identified as special education, we get a little bit more money for that child because it costs a little bit more to educate. For a child in GT, they get a little bit more money. So you get little increments per child. So, but take a look. The school district, we can only reduce it by one teacher. Go back, Susie, again. Let's just see it. Take a look at your enrollment, your numbers in each one of those classrooms. You can only lose one teacher for those 24 kids, but you just lost about 200,000. So that reduction of one teacher is 73,000. Why? Because that's health insurance and retirement and payroll and all these other things that goes into a teacher's salary. But we've got to make up another 120,000 in cuts, and that's at one school. That's just at one. Remember, we got 68. So as this plays out to scale in our system, that's how it looks from a view at your campus, right? At that campus level, it's 24 kids. Hey, we're still over 400. But as you start adding this up over campus to campus to campus, you start to see how this has a much greater impact on the system as a whole, and why those things that we've reported every year of those loss of enrollment, how it's really starting to impact is we're trying to cut, because remember, 87% of it is in people. So you got to reduce it down, but you can't reduce it enough. It just starts to eat away on you. You can go to the next one, Susie. Folks, we're not alone in this. Take a look at the systems across the state of Texas, in the north, in the east, in the west. It's happening all over. Not on this list. I was just reading this morning. Aldine in Houston has 7 up for consolidation. Carrollton Farmers Branch up in the Dallas area, which isn't a very large system to begin with, is looking at consolidation of 4 campuses. It is truly, right now, a systemic issue. The other thing I want folks to know is that the commissioner has recently asked for systems to start reporting capacity numbers to the agency. Now, I don't really know the why yet, but I think we know why on what they're going to look at. One of the things that I was asked is, and maybe it's one of your questions tonight, so maybe I'm answering it already, but when we look at consolidation, where does it really get us? Does it really save us the money? Ms. Lackhorn has really been going through it because, again, I said, Ms. Lackhorn, I need a solid number that we can get behind. Because what we said is, hey, closing a school or consolidating it is $1 million. Well, when you look at these 3 campuses, she is very confident we're right about $5 million in savings. All right? With the things that we already are doing as a system with secondary staffing year 2, some other things that we've done, that gets us to almost $10 million this year in savings. That, just so you know, also includes the cost of transportation and the loss of the safety money of the $15,000 that we get per campus. So it is quite, Ms. Lackhorn really did dive deep into all sorts of items.
So just to expand on that a little bit, the $3 million we talked about earlier in December, that was really looking at the overhead costs of those campuses. But once we put together the boundary proposals, then we could see where the students would go and how many and what that impact would be to staffing. And when you start combining students, you gain those staffing efficiencies, and that's where the extra money came from, is when looking at the number of teachers needed whenever we redesigned those boundaries.
Go.
Good, okay. So now let's talk about those boundaries. Looking at Wilshire, east of Corrine / Harry Wurzbach would go to East Terrell Hills, and west would go to Northwood. We really worked to not make changes to our middle and high school boundaries. This would impact East Terrell Hills. They would go from approximately 54% utilization to 61%. Northwood will go from approximately 51% to 68%. And looking across what other districts and what studies have shown, 85% is really that kind of magic number to try not to exceed. It gives you a little bit of room for growth without overwhelming the campus. We'll also give our dual language students, because Wilshire is not a dual language campus, those students can opt to either shift to East Terrell Hills, which is where that campus routes to, or Oak Grove, which is where Northwood routes to. So this is what that map looks like. That boundary line, the big one in the middle, is the high school and middle school boundary line. The dotted black line is the current Wilshire boundary, and so we use that middle school, high school boundary in the center there. That's Corrine, Wurzbach, and those on the east side would go to East Terrell Hills, and on the west side is Northwood. The colors kind of line up together to help you see which group goes where. For Clear Spring, a little bit more complex. North of Wurzbach Parkway would go to El Dorado, and then south of Wurzbach Parkway on the east side would go to Royal Ridge, and the west side would go to Cerna. And again, no changes to middle school and high school boundaries. El Dorado would go from about 53% to 65%, Royal Ridge from approximately 60 to 68, and Cerna from approximately 39 to 53. And the same situation with the dual language. So this is what that boundary map looks like. Looking at Driscoll, north and east of Thousand Oaks would go to Harris, south and west of Thousand Oaks to Garner. Again, no changes to high school boundaries. Harris would go from 51% to 74%, and Garner from 61 to 70%. And this is what that line looks like. This is a little harder. So the dotted golden line would go to Harris, and the darker dotted line, the gray, would go to Garner. At our community meeting, we gave a QR code. We asked for responses and feedback from the community. At Wilshire, we got 27 responses. 10 of those were from the night of the meeting. Clear Spring, we had 24 responses, and 16 of those were from the night of the community meeting. And then this one number is a little different than what your draft was. We got 5 more responses this weekend, so we had 84 responses, and then 48 were from the night of the meeting. We've put together some common concerns. One thing we saw was concerns about the location of the new schools because they were closer to busier highways and not necessarily inside a community. And Ms. Caldwell is going to speak to our transportation item.
Yes, so parents brought up a few concerns with transportation. As you see there, the increased distance or the length of the bus ride. Crowding on the bus was mentioned as well, and there was some questions, particularly at Driscoll, about the magnet school shuttle service and where that pickup would be. So our best estimate at this point is that, yes, there would be, of course, increased distance for some of our students. We would estimate about 10 extra minutes for students who right now are bus riders to Wilshire. Of course, there are students at Wilshire and Clear Spring who are walkers who don't currently qualify for bus service, but because they would be over 2 miles to their new campus, they would qualify for bus. So you're also adding students to the bus route. Clear Spring probably won't see a significant change in time on the bus. For those who are riding today, their length of time will be nearly the same. And for Driscoll students, yes, they would see a change to their bus ride of about 15 to 20 minutes is our estimate, until we actually see the enrollment of our students on our routing map and software, and we start to build those bus routes. I would be able to provide a better estimate, but at this time, Bill Harrison, our Executive Director of Transportation, talking to his folks as they start to think about these scenarios. Those were those estimates that they provided. There was a question about the magnet school shuttle stop for those who are home residents of Driscoll and going to one of our magnet schools in the program. Would they be able to pick up a bus stop at another location? That's something that we are looking at. Typically, how our magnet bus shuttles work is that you pick it up from your home campus. But we are exploring, and our transportation department is thinking through what would that look like if a parent wanted to pick up that magnet school shuttle from a different location. And we have Smart Tag, which is a system that the students scan when they get on the bus. That's helping us with bus counts. We know how many kids are on board. When we see a bus that is full or nearly full, our transportation department makes those adjustments. That would also allow us to do, that Smart Tag system would also allow us to place a student at a certain stop, so that if a parent, for example, wanted to register for, a magnet parent wanted to register for a particular spot, we could do that in our Smart Tag system. And when that kid scanned in, we would know where they were supposed to be. So we have the technology to support us in some of that. And those are all things that the Transportation Department are considering.
And I think the other question that came forward was the performance of the receiving schools where students may be reallocated to. And so looking at the data, although the state has not released any official scores, based on our internal scores, for the most part, all the schools are relatively the same in their grading or above, and only one was slightly below. And so there is no significant difference in the scoring between the schools that will be receiving the new kids, as some may have thought. And so we did look into that. The other question that kind of came from families was, how will we support kiddos during this transition? And one of the things I want to mention is that we have been supporting kids in transition for years, from 5th to 6th grade, from 8th to 9th grade. So this is not new to us. What is new to us is what is it that these kids and families need right now. So we had our counseling department attended all of our community meetings solely for the purpose to listen in order to understand what these families need as they transition. And so as they attended these meetings, they started to kind of put their heads together, not to act, but really to start thinking, what is some things we can do to help these families and these kiddos feel good about their new position if the board makes this recommendation? So our learning support services and special education staff have been working on campus support plans, whether that's going to the schools right now and supporting kids or helping kids as they move into their new campuses. We will also be looking to organize welcome meetings for families with the opportunity to explore their new campus, meet their principals, and discuss potential course offerings. The counseling staff is also committed to creating new transition lessons for existing kiddos to help them kind of explore this idea of change and to address the worries that they may be having. We also talked about how we want to create personalized learning support for our students and families to make sure that we can meet their needs, whether that's course adjustments, because we know our middle school kiddos are selecting courses. Well, we want to make sure we open up our doors, listen to other courses that they may be interested in, and talk them through the new schools that they may be going to. At this time, no courses have been put into our master schedule system. One of the concerns is, well, will my kid not have the choice of course that he or she wants? Well, they will have the same exact choice that any other kid has, because no kid has been placed in a class at this time. Right now it's just a selection process. The other piece that came up a lot was parents with students with special needs. So what we will plan to do is host Zoom or Teams meetings for families with the sending school and the receiving school for a one-on-one interaction between the family, the home, and the schools. Mainly so we can have a better understanding of what students with special needs have, what their concerns may be, and what we can do to support them in their transition. Also, we're going to schedule a listening session in person with our staff, our special education staff, mainly so they can bring up some of those things that maybe we didn't expect, maybe we didn't know, maybe we just didn't even consider. So that way we can make sure students with special needs are supported and their IEPs can be met. We also will have our special education staff attending the course fair. So that way we can make sure that if a kiddo is selecting a course and they have an IEP or any kind of special needs, we can make sure that our special education department is fully aware and support those kiddos in their transition. We will also be having annual ARDs with all of our kiddos, just like we would in any other case, to make sure that these kids' individual education plans can be implemented with fidelity. We can make sure if they're receiving any special education transportation, those things are in place, and also any supplemental resources that those kiddos may have. The one thing that we do have at Driscoll Middle School is a structured learning environment, and that is for students with disabilities. That is a more structured environment, and that is the only one we have in the district. So we will look at the best site with the most space for that, and we will make sure that we communicate directly to those families to make sure that their needs are met and answer any questions that they may have. And so those are the things that we have been considering as we help these families transition if this decision is made tonight.
Another concern that we heard was choice options. And so I'm going to tackle the school choice piece, and then Mr. Jarrett will talk a little bit about magnet waitlist process. So for school choice, we are offering our parents at Consolidated Schools an opportunity to select a total of 3 school choice options. As a reminder, school choice normally allows for only one option. Our plans for parents to use a school choice application for their first choice, just doing it the normal way like everyone does. And in speaking to many of the parents at the community meetings or on phone or via email, many have already done so. That's something that they've already done. Pupil Personnel Services, which is in charge of school choice, they will pull all school choice applications at regular intervals and directly send parents of the consolidated schools a Google form, so that way they can now include their second choice and their third choice. And that gives them that opportunity to do that, because our process right now, school choice application only allows for one, but we're offering our parents who consolidated 3, so they'll still do that, and then the Google form will capture the second and third option. And this proposed process obviously utilizes our current school choice option, so everyone's done that. Like I mentioned, many of our parents have already done that from Consolidated Schools, with the addition of this avenue for adding a second and a third choice.
In addition to the school choice, as all students have the opportunity to apply for a magnet school, which our first round of recommendations have went out to the families that have been accepted to a magnet school. Based on these circumstances, we are putting in place a possibility to extend our wait lists for 2 weeks for any of our Driscoll families to apply for magnet school. This 2-week wait is essentially allows kiddos to go on a wait list to go to one of our 3 magnet schools in a district. No seats will be offered until after that 2-week window to make sure that these families have an opportunity to apply. New applicants will follow the same rubric as any other student on the wait list, but there will be no deductions or penalties for late applications, mainly because we want to give these families a chance to talk, to have a conversation, and figure out what is the best choice for them and their family. And then after that window closes, then at that time, we will offer those seats. And one of the things, when we see a wait list, people are thinking that means I'm not getting in. Well, right now, at this point in time, we're showing about 220 seats between our 3 magnet schools that are available for applicants as they come in, including current applicants as well as new applicants as they come through the door. So there are seats available at this time.
So some key takeaways for you all is this reminder that this thing that we're in right now, it's been decades in the making. It's been these incremental little drops per school, but as a system, it's been adding up over time. And it just didn't happen one night. It happened over time. And it's why, again, that we've reported these types of things to the board each year. I want to remind you all this is a statewide issue, folks. It seems like every time I pick up the education slice, which follows education across the state of Texas, some other district is looking at having to do this because they're at a point where the system is starved and we have to do something to get ourselves out of it. Just a reminder that 87% of this budget is in salaries and benefits. You know, one night we heard a lot about could we find some money from donations and things like that. Those one-time dollars as a donation or something like that, these are ongoing costs. These are year over year costs and people. and other things, one-time dollars is not going to solve our problem. I want you to remember that, look, ESAs have come out of the Senate. They are sitting at the House right now. That's an unknown for us as to what is that impact. Sitting here today with the information that I have and kind of scanning the terrain and using what I refer to as that scout's mindset, my predictions as of February the 10th is I think we're going to see this slow incremental loss as well again. I think we can look towards other states where this has been going on, and you can see that type of over time, it just sort of takes people from the system. I've said this, and I've actually had several superintendents say it, hope isn't a strategy. I know we're in the 89th. There's this belief that a windfall of money is potentially headed to education. I just don't believe that. I really do not. Nothing that I see today points me to this belief that the state is coming to help bailout systems in some form or fashion. I want to remind everybody, because at the community meetings, we didn't discuss this. We did this at our employee meetings, but folks, we're not going to cut anybody. Everybody that is impacted in our schools, from a paraprofessional to a custodian up to the principal, will have a position in our system. We're not going to cut them. We are large enough that every year we have enough attrition to absorb all of these spots. Not only that, but we're going to hold them harmless for a year. So if they were getting some type of stipend, and at their new campus for that year they didn't qualify because they weren't there, we're going to hold them harmless for that year so that they're not impacted financially during this time of extreme inflation. And then also we're expanding school choice and extending magnet programs and things to in the process to try to accommodate. And I want to end with this, y'all. This is a horrible, horrible decision that has kept me up night after night after night after night. My wife some days doesn't even want to talk to me because she can see it weighing on my shoulders. And I know it's been weighing on years. I can tell you, going out to those community meetings, it made the weight of this decision even harder, because what you heard are the impact it has on people. I mean, it is absolutely, hearing their stories and going home and trying to go to bed, they were just so incredibly moving that it was hard. We would come back in as a staff and debrief it, and just, you can hear it in their voices out in our community, especially when those young people's lives are being touched. When I got into this, when I chose to get into education, most people don't know this, I chose because of the experience that I had in schools, and I wanted to make it different for young people. And I was offered a job to go be a banker, making twice what I could have done as a teacher. And I remember looking at James, who offered me the job, and I said, James, I want to go make a difference. I don't want to bank. So here we are, and this isn't quite the difference I wanted to make in anybody's lives. I want to thank the people who stood up and spoke. It would have been so much worse to not see people than it was to see the people in the room. Because if people weren't there to fight for their school, it would have devastated me, because what are we doing? The fact that they showed up and spoke up and said it, and our young people did such a great job of it. I want you to know that sometimes people after the meeting would come up and apologize to me for something. And I never, ever looked at them and said, I just say, you don't need to apologize. You're fighting for your school. You're fighting for your child. I get it. You're advocating out there. I want you to know that we're not perfect. I'm not perfect. And I will never profess that. But here's what I can tell you tonight. If you decide to consolidate, whatever that for you is, you have the commitment of myself and my team over there to do everything within our power to support our families and students on that transition. This is not anything that anybody wants. I get it. I totally get it. All we can do is deal with what's in front of us, with what we know to be certain, and make these, and I have to make these recommendations, and ultimately you guys have to make a decision. But we are committed to making it the best possible transition that we can as a system. So with that, Ms. Lackhorn, I think it's to questions, but I'm not sure, Mr. Byer, what you wish to do.
Thank you for the presentation updates. At this time, we will call for public comment. You were given a number as you signed in to speak, and we will go in that order. So if you can sort of have yourself ready to come up to the podium, we will go in order. And again, you will have 2 minutes per speaker. Ms. Thompson will be the timekeeper, and she'll let you know. She'll call your number, and she'll let you know when your time is up. So with that, we will get started, and then trustees, we will have discussion and deliberation after public comment. So, Ms. Thompson.
Number 1.
Good evening. My name is Rose Stevens. I'm here to please ask the board to reconsider the closing of Clear Spring. My understanding is that the committee met 5 times between August and October, and the decision to have Clear Spring on the consolidation list was made by one person. I know there are several factors in the decision, but the only thing that has been discussed for this school is the repurposing of the building. I am begging you to give this decision more time. We have been told that the district is being transparent, but there are many factors that haven't been discussed. What is the repurposing for? The staff was told that they have a job, but they have to accept the first job that's offered to them. Does that mean that some staff, like the custodians, academic coaches, PE, music, teachers, data processors, will be assured of a lateral move at the same pay? And I understand Dr. Micah just addressed this, but every year if we lose teachers, how is moving these teachers going to save money at the closed schools if 87% goes toward people? The same number of people that we lose each year are still there. The students at Clear Spring are being split between 3 schools. One of those schools is on a highway. Clear Spring has several students that in my time we called it runners. They called it eloping now. There's a plan in place for these kids to stay safe at Clear Spring. What kind of plan will be in place for them when they're located on a highway? The staff and community has been asked to give ways to save money. How can that happen in the less than 2 months that this has been announced? The shortfall didn't happen overnight. A solution can't happen overnight. And I'm glad that you'll have a plan in place to take care of the kids and the parents. But if this does go through, you have to have a plan in place for the staff. I've been an active volunteer at Clear Spring for 3 years. The difference in the students, staff, and especially the administration this year is nothing short of miraculous. Y'all got it right in assigning the principal. I'm just asking you to make it right by keeping Clear Spring open.
Thank you very much.
Number 2.
Thank you for the privilege of being here tonight and giving you an opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Cordell Jones, and let me begin by simply stating that if we truly love democracy, then it really relies on a strong public education. And we do this primarily by having an educated populace through public schools. As you're considering the difficult budgetary decisions that you're facing, it's important that you don't sugarcoat things for the community. Let's call it what it is. Public education is under attack, meaning there's a conscious decision at the state level to underfund public schools and destroy public schools. Please tell the community how bad things truly are regarding funding. Tonight was a great start. However, it needs to be more concise and more clear so the community can understand it and then act. For years, you have protected us. You've protected us from the truth, and educators with the passion and the amazing hearts that they have tried to do more and more with less. By being truthful about the despicable funding system, you arm us, the community, with the necessary knowledge so that we can contact our representatives and put pressure on them to fund schools adequately, which we know is what we all want. Let's point tonight's attention where it truly belongs. I hate to say it to everyone out here, it's not them. You need to be contacting your state representatives. They're the ones who are holding the public education funds that have been already allocated hostage. And until we do that, this system has no chance of continuing. I feel for you guys. I feel for you as well. Education is in a major downfall right now.
That's your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I appreciate all that you do.
Number 3.
Good evening. My name is Jill, and I'm a member of the NEISD Community Advocates and a concerned parent of a 7th grader at Driscoll Middle School. First and foremost, the timing of this announcement has left parents and students scrambling. With such short notice, families have little time to adjust and plan for a major shift in their child's education. Students who have built friendships, relationships with teachers, and a sense of belonging at Driscoll are now being uprooted with little time to process or prepare. These students will face an unfair disadvantage in their extracurricular activities. Our athletes, musicians, and club members will now compete against students who have already established themselves. The longer commute to Garner is another major concern. What used to be a 15-minute round trip will now take about 40 minutes round trip, assuming we don't encounter a train. This creates a burden on working parents, and it disrupts our routines. For those of us with children in extracurriculars, we can't rely on buses for transportation. As a mother of 3 children in 3 different schools, that creates chaos in my morning and afternoon. Most importantly, this change will have a significant emotional toll on our children. Middle school is already a critical time for development, and forcing students to adjust to a new environment at this stage will create unnecessary stress and anxiety. If this has been decades in the making, why has this decision been so rushed?
Thank you. Call the next one, please.
Number 6.
Good evening. My name is Melanie Trevino, and I'm here today representing NEISD Community Advocates. I'm a proud Driscoll parent. My oldest son, now 26, attended Driscoll, and I currently have 2 children, one a 7th grader and one an 8th grader enrolled at Driscoll. We love the teachers, the staff, and the families who make up this wonderful community. We've lived here for over 25 years, and Driscoll has been a cornerstone of this neighborhood. Driscoll is more than just a school. It's a gathering place. Families come together here during the week and on the weekends. This campus unites us and gives our community a place to connect. The proposed new boundaries will divide our community. You are planning to send more than half of Driscoll students to Harris and the rest to Garner. You are splitting up children who have been together since kindergarten. Currently, all Harris students are zoned for Madison High School. Under your proposal, rezoning Driscoll and future MacArthur High School students to Harris would likely prompt many of these students to opt for school choice to remain with their friends at Madison, further complicating enrollment and disrupting zoning consistency. This proposed plan does not make sense. For families like mine, the proposal to rezone us to Garner is impractical. Garner is the 4th closest middle school to our home, behind Bradley, Harris, and Texhill. Our morning and afternoon commutes will triple
as will our travel time for athletic events, orchestra, band, and choir concerts. I can't even imagine the additional burden on bus routes. This plan disrupts not only our children's lives, but also the lives of parents, grandparents, and caregivers who will now face increased travel demands. Again, this proposal plan does not make sense. Dr. Micah, while I understand the district's budget concerns, I don't believe every option has been fully explored to keep these schools open.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Number 7. Number 7.
We'll come back to that one if it,
Okay.
they come in.
We'll move on to number 8. Number 8.
She's coming. She's right there.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening. My name's Jen Tyson. I am part of the NEISD Community Advocates and a proud parent of a Driscoll 7th grader and hopefully a Driscoll 8th grader. He's an honor roll student, an athlete, regional choir member, and first chair cellist in the orchestra. At the Driscoll community meeting, you mentioned, Dr. Micah, that you didn't know what the future plans are for the 3 campus buildings. At least you haven't shared that with us yet. When asked when you would know, you said maybe a month or so after tonight's vote. That you didn't want to repurpose the buildings, and so where are we going to see savings? My question tonight for the board members is, how can you vote on a half-thought-out plan without knowing all the details of the future of these campuses? What if you don't like, you vote in favor of closing these campuses, and next month you hear Dr. Micah's plans and dislike how he wants to repurpose the buildings? Are you fully confident in voting on this topic with no specific plan? It was 2 months ago since the announcement of the possibility of closing these campuses, and this all is set to take place for the 25-26 school year. What is the rush? What we're asking tonight is to delay the vote until Dr. Micah can present the board and the community of all 3 campuses his honest, thought-out plan, or a better plan for the campuses until he presents this. I think we need to delay the vote until we know exactly what the future of these schools will be.
Thank you.
Number 9.
Number 9.
Okay. Number 10.
Hello, I'm Rachel Miller, and I'm here as a concerned mother of a Driscoll 7th grader, a fellow educator in higher ed, and an NEISD community advocate. After attending the community meetings held by Dr. Micah, I'm not only concerned for the future of my daughter's school, but for the entire district and for our community. This proposed school closure harms us all, and it won't end here. Based on the data that we heard tonight as well, this is just the beginning. Research shows that school closures lead to lower test scores, and these are things you probably may know or hope you know. Attendance and graduation rates that take at least 3 years to recover. And then there's long-term effects. The negative effects on students' higher education attainment, even their wages, and these impacts especially impact students in secondary ed, Hispanic students, and those from economically disadvantaged families, our kids. This is not the first district to close schools, so why don't we learn from those who have tried this method? Schools closures have failed to yield significant cost savings. Cost savings are generally limited and come largely in mass employee layoffs, which Dr. Micah, you said is not happening, and that you stated that teachers are guaranteed their jobs. So we know that those savings will not be coming from our teacher salaries. Communities, as someone mentioned before, have rallied around schools on the verge of closure for the same exact reasons, and they have been successful at saving them by implementing community school strategies, expanding supportive services like mobile health clinics, parenting classes, expanding after-school activities, early college, high school programs, sharing space with public agencies and nonprofits, grants, long-term grants. These added programs have increased enrollment, which is exactly what our problem is. So I ask you
That's
today.
your time. Number 11.
Thank you.
Okay. Number 12.
Good evening, board members. My name is Juliet, and my mom and I are members of the NEISD Community Advocates. You shouldn't close Driscoll because it's basically another family for me. I school choiced here because of the issues Harris is having. And out of 24 hours, we're there, or out of the 24 hours here, we're there 8. So all your friends and teachers just become your family. And now you're just trying to take that away from 600 kids, but you can't just bring kids to our school. The faculty is amazing, attentive, and very helpful. Do more research, ask the kids what we think, because as you can see, we're not happy. You have never disclosed what you're doing with the buildings if they close. You talk about transparency, but you are doing everything but being transparent. What are you hiding? Why are you lying to every single taxpayer? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Number 13. 13.
And I'm fine if you all clap, but if we need to be able to hear the next number so that we can get the next person up here. So I appreciate your enthusiasm. Just make sure that we can move on to the next person as well. Thank you.
Hi, I am Lyric Santana Sanders from Driscoll, and I am here to talk about the kids. At Driscoll Middle School, we would not be ourselves without everything that's happened to us. But if you take that away from us, we may change. And if we, even in the next schools, it might be even more worse than before. We could even be even hurt or have mental trauma from us. And we kids think we should have a little bit of accessibility, reasonability to at least talk to y'all, because we're the ones that go to the school, and I feel like we need to at least think about this before we kids get switched out. And I have friends. The one that just talked was my best friend. We talk and we've been friends forever. It's like we're sisters. She's my sister, and friends and brothers. And I don't think anyone would like to be separated from each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Number 14.
Hi, I'm coming up as a parent of a soon-to-be 6th grader, and I had a kid that went to 6th, 7th, and 8th grade at Driscoll. I want to point out that one of the, I'm not sure who it was, that said that it would be the same of them closing down Driscoll versus another school. That is not true. In fact, there are lower test scores at Gardner and for math and reading versus at Driscoll. So to punish my child for that is absurd. I also mentioned to Dr. Micah that the informed care trauma that you're doing, and that y'all would have support for them. How is it going to really support them when you have one person with 100 kids to talk to them? You're not also thinking about the financial burden that you're putting on parents. We're already struggling to go to another school that's, as you said, 15 to 20 minutes. As a parent, to get there and back, and I'm sorry, I work just like many other people. I work from 8 to 5. So to even put them in magnet schools or anything like that isn't an option for me. And neither is school choice. So I'm really at a point where I have to figure out what to do for my child. My 5th grader does not want to go to school next year. As a parent, not being able to help her is breaking my heart. The bullying at Gardner is absurd, and I can say that because of where I can't say where I work because of confidentiality stuff. I can get in trouble, but personally I know how bad it is at Gardner, the bullying. With Driscoll, if I ever had a problem with the former principal and the current
That's
principal,
time.
they had no issues.
Number
Thank you.
15.
Hi, my name is Rita Conway. I'm a parent whose child attends Clear Spring and is in the special education class as well. I am also part of a group called NEISD Community Advocate. I attended 2 of the 3 meetings. They were very scripted and included a pretty slideshow for parents. However, when certain questions were asked and the response were always, let's talk about that another time, or let's discuss that one-on-one. I feel like the school board members have not been transparent with us at all. Very little detail provided about anything we wanted answered. You pointed at everyone else for your problems but the district. Because let's face it, we don't want to tarnish NEISD, even though it is the staff, teachers, and students who run these schools and make NEISD look great, not y'all. You also have to think about future parents who might decide to come to our district, then hear about 3 school closures. Why would they want to come to our schools then? That is a risk for them, because what if you shut down more schools? Yet here we are fighting to keep our schools open with angry parents and children who have no idea what will happen to them next year. But of course, it starts at home, right? You have a school lined up with counselors to help our children with this transition. Yet we are the ones who have to pick up the pieces you broke and cannot fix. Let me ask you this. Did you ever consider the ALE students who will be entering 5th grade? They will have to restart at a new school twice. Do you know how much damage and confusion this can cause a child who has no idea what is going on? As a parent of an autistic son, it is not easy for us either. There are still so many unanswered questions about this situation that you put us in. Again, you decide to either delay the vote or keep our schools open. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 16.
Good evening, members of the board and citizens. My name is Jessica Donick, and I'm a parent of Jacob, a 4th grader at Redland Oaks Elementary, and Danny, a 7th grader at Driscoll Middle School. I'm here to speak against the closure of Driscoll. Also of note, I'm a huge supporter of public schools, as both my parents were public school teachers. I have a doctorate of education from Vanderbilt, and I've worked in higher education for over 20 years. So it's through this lens that I tell our story. Danny and Jacob were born in Philadelphia. Go Birds. They went to public school in Pennsylvania. The past 3 years, they went to public school in Illinois. This summer, we moved to San Antonio and centered their education as a priority in our housing search. So we built a home in Autry Pond because we wanted our oldest son to go to Driscoll, one of the best middle schools in San Antonio. We are now concerned about the repurposing of the building, as our backyard bumps right against Driscoll's track. A vacant building or alternative school are not acceptable options. We need a voice in what happens to our neighborhood schools. Additionally, my husband and I are highly concerned for Danny and Jacob's educational experience. We chose our neighborhood public schools. We chose to invest in their education so one day they would be active citizens, become global leaders, and be college ready. What has been presented thus far doesn't address NISD's mission of academic excellence or active citizenship and negates it. I hope you will consider the valuable points made during tonight's meeting. There are other solutions to this problem, and you have very dedicated and creative parents and family members who are willing to help you. So I hope that you'll make the needed decision, the responsible decision, to keep the schools open. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Number 18.
Good evening. I had a whole bunch of things I wanted to say, and I wrote them down, and then you all started to talk. So first, I am with NEISD Community Advocates. I'm also a parent of a 7th grader at Driscoll. I listened to you all, and I'm going to say this, hope is not a strategy. You hope that it takes 20 minutes on the bus, but you don't know. You don't know. You don't have a plan. Dr. Micah, I listen to you, and I know you're under a tremendous amount of pressure, and I'm so sorry, but you seem so defeated. I need you to be energetic. freaking Greg Abbott is coming to town on Monday and we all need to be there. I mean, get in his face. He needs to pay us our school money. I'm sorry. And we'll all advocate for you. But I really would like you to just, as trustees, you need to have answers. You didn't have answers when we met with you. You had questions. So until you have all your answers and there are concrete plans, not estimates or wishes or guesses, I ask you to delay the vote. I ask you to consider our children. This is a very rushed process. It is February. We are almost done with the school year, and you're talking about closing schools and moving these kids. You don't have a plan. Please delay the vote, and I'm going to also ask you, when you vote on each school separately. We want to hear what your votes are, not just a straight slate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Number 20.
Good evening. My name is Nikki Shahid. I'm a member of the NEISD Community Advocates. Y antes de empezar, tengo que decir que es una injusticia tener una cita tan importante sin traducción. I stand before you tonight as an NEISD parent, as a former SAISD parent, whose family has felt the sting of having our school pulled out from under us. A wise woman in this room once said, "I think history should be taught the way it happened." I couldn't agree more. If we don't understand the realities of history, we are doomed to repeat them. When we fall under the spell of exceptionalism and believe that we are somehow above the mistakes that other districts across the nation and even right next door have made, we turn a blind eye on important historical data that gives context to what is happening today in our district. We lose perspective on how segregation led to the city having 19 different school districts. We lose perspective on generations of broken promises to the historically black and brown neighborhoods in our city. And we risk perpetuating legacies of oppression by closing Title I schools in working class communities. I've heard a lot about fairness during this process. How can a student at Wilshire get $15,000 per pupil while a student at another school gets less? By righting the wrongs that started a long time ago and echo into today. The wrongs that kids who live on the north side of our district benefit from and that children on the east side still suffer for. If we are to restore balance to our city and district, then we need to infuse additional resources into the communities that have been historically marginalized, oppressed, and ignored. This is the difference between equity and equality. Dr. Micah stated on December 9th that he would work with the community to find equitable solutions. Investing in these schools rather than divesting from working class neighborhoods is the equitable solution. These communities deserve dignity and respect. They deserve self-determination.
That's time.
Delay the vote.
Thank you.
Number 21.
Good evening. How do I follow that? I'm not really going to say a whole lot because you've heard a lot. I know that this is a big burden that is on your shoulders, and I respect every one of you for this. Just know I am a parent of a fourth grader at Wilshire Elementary. I've been a very active, I've donated thousands of hours to the school, to the campus, to this district. I've won many awards, but that doesn't matter tonight. What matters is my Wilshire campus. I'm also a part of the NEISD Community Advocates, and I'm here to request that you have all the information in front of you before you make the vote. Please make sure that it is thought out and that every student is in mind. And I know it is. I know you will do that. I promise you, I know you will. Please give us one more year, at least. Thank you.
Actually, ma'am, sorry, ma'am, can you come back up and state your name for the record? We have to have it on the record.
Sarah Begley,
Thank you.
Wilshire Elementary.
Sorry. I appreciate that.
Number 22.
Who here speaks Spanish? Nobody? 62% of our students at Wilshire speak Spanish. They come from Hispanic families. Mi nombre es Judy Martínez. Soy miembro de la comunidad NEISD. También soy la mamá de Esteban. Él está en el 2º grado en Wilshire Elementary. En ningún momento desde diciembre 9, cuando nos dieron las noticias, han sido traducidas a nuestra gente hispana. El formulario que nadie le mandó ha sido traducido en el idioma de nuestra gente. Nuestra gente tiene voz, nuestra gente tiene preguntas, nuestra gente tiene dudas, nuestra gente tiene sugerencias. Pero si ustedes no traducen en un tiempo con tanta inseguridad de nuestra gente, ¿cómo le vamos a hacer? ¿Por qué no ha sido una persona indicada? Esa persona habla español. Si alguien no entiende, por favor, hable con esta persona. En un momento donde la comunidad hispana vive con tantas inseguridades, no han tenido la educación de reconocernos. Nuestra comunidad merece tener una escuela en nuestro vecindario. Doctor Maika, el cerrar de las escuelas dice que va a ahorrar 1 millón de escuelas o $1 millón. Hoy oímos que todas las escuelas combinadas van a ser $5 millones. Pero ¿dónde van a venir los otros $33 millones? Están a punto de tomar decisiones que van a impactar las vidas de niños que ya tienen situaciones muy difíciles.
That's time.
Delay the vote.
Thank you.
Number 24.
Good evening, my name is Clint Hudson with the NEISD Community Advocates. And what I have here is all the data, facts, and information that we found that show you that this will do irreparable damage to our students. This study shows that it lowers home values. This study shows that it makes it less likely for students that go through closures to graduate from college, to even attend college, to even get a job after college. This data shows that school closures are going to increase the decline in enrollment. They're going to lose good staff and teachers that would not have left if not for the closures. And this study overwhelmingly shows that this is not in the best interest of our students. And so does this study, and this study, and this study. School closures will do more harm than good. You have 3 choices tonight. The first choice is you can vote yes and do irreparable damage to our communities and students. Your second choice is you can delay the vote. 2 minutes for each person here is not enough time to really look at everything that's been presented, to show you guys how the community can help. Your third option is to vote no. You as a board have the opportunity tonight to stand up and show all of NEISD and the city of San Antonio that you will not do harm to our students. You as a board have a chance to be this beacon of hope for education for our students. You have a chance to be the light in the darkness and to fight against the attack against our public school system. If you care about our communities, vote no. If you care about our staff and our teachers, vote no. And if you care about our students, vote no.
Thank you. Number 25.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Hairston. I'm an attorney at Texas Appleseed, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization in Austin, and honored to stand in solidarity with the NEISD community advocates as they urge you to oppose this plan for school closures. Now, we've heard many discussions about the budget this evening, but one thing that didn't come up is unlikely the $1 million budget, $1 million plus of the NEISD Police Department. And Dr. Micah, you mentioned HB 3 and its mandate of an armed security officer, but how about we evaluate probably the multiple police officers that patrol middle and high school campuses across the district, start there and cut those numbers to give more funding support to the district. Throughout this evening, we've heard about the ongoing onslaught of attacks on public education from the state government, the federal government, and you cannot use business principles like underutilization or declining enrollment to evaluate a school. It is a community institution, not a business. We want you to think about how other districts, as the parents have uplifted tonight, have opposed school closures, like parent organizers in Oakland, alongside the ACLU of Northern California in 2022. Their staunch advocacy led to an equity audit being enshrined into state law. And although California is certainly not binding on Texas, you should think about an equity audit and the idea that we need to evaluate these various principles of Driscoll, Clear Spring, and Wilshire before you move forward with this deleterious decision. Dr. Micah, you say hope isn't a strategy, but hope is a discipline, and the community will prevail. Vote against these school closures.
Thank you.
Number 26.
Hi, my name is Sam Durandard. I'm a parent of 2 elementary schoolers in San Antonio ISD, where I reside and work as a community organizer with our school, San Antonio, as part of the school's Our Students Deserve Education Justice Coalition. Tonight, I stand in solidarity with the NEISD community advocates. Having organized against the closures of 15 of our neighborhood schools last fall, I've witnessed firsthand the violence of that process and the lasting damage it inflicts on our children, families, and communities. I've also borne witness to the fact that better ways to tackle the very real fiscal challenges that our public school districts face do exist. And they all point to the kind of robust and authentic community engagement process, the likes of which have been absent from this process. At a time where our public education system is in a fight for its very existence on the back of decades of engineered mistrust and manufactured scarcity, the prioritization of our community's needs over the narrow interests of a powerful few is more critical than ever. And it's our ability to come together and expand our collective imaginary to the possibilities of what could be all together that will define whether or not we can meet that moment and preserve essential public institutions like this one for generations to come. The resilience of our children and communities should not be taken for granted and is not yours to dispose. The strength and ingenuity of parents, community members, and school workers in collaboratively solving even the most arduous of challenges should not be overlooked. And as was evidenced tonight, not all avenues have been exhausted to justify such an irrevocable decision as the closing of these 3 beloved schools. I commend those of you who engage in dialogue with the NEISD community advocates and urge each one of you to demonstrate courage and take the next step down the path of collaborative decision making. Tonight, it means passing a motion to pause this process, commissioning an equity audit, and committing in earnest to the kind of robust district and community partnership that will set NEISD on a path to lasting collective success with dignity and respect for all. These folks deserve nothing less.
Thank you.
Number 28.
My name is Mrs. Mara Rodriguez. I'm speaking on behalf of my husband, on behalf of the staff at Clear Spring, and on behalf of our 4 school-age children who currently attend NEISD. You spoke about money, but not once did I ever hear it was going to be for the benefit of the children. Moving children from from a newer building to an older building next to 3 active construction sites within walking distance of a strip club and walking distance from a sports bar. My child will never be able to walk to school and be safe. Have you ever tried to get on 410 at 7 o'clock in the morning? It's nearly impossible. And I guarantee you, you're going to lose students as well as the absent rate will rise due to that. The fact of the matter is that you spoke about money, $5 million of savings. No one showed us the data. You also spoke about being taxpayers, good stewards of a taxpayer money. We are taxpayers. No one's asked us anything. No one has commented, no one has said anything about what use the building is going to be used for. It's no transparency at all. And I ask you, have you ever tried to chase a special needs student who's run out in the middle of the street? Can you imagine doing that on the access road of 410? I think not. The safety of our children, the fact that everyone pretty much now has a gun violence, a random school shooting, a random shooting from 410 ending up in Cerna, that is a major possibility. So please vote in the correct way and keep our children safe. Keep Clear Spring open, because the fact of the matter is when we got into a school bus accident, which was your responsibility, no one reached out to us at all. It could have killed us. No, so if you're not going to be there in something big like that, what makes you think you're going to be there with this closure? So please vote correctly and keep all 3 schools open and keep our children safe.
Number
Thank you.
29.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Annabelle Hudson, and I am a dedicated special education teacher in a neighboring district with 8 years of experience in the field. More importantly, I am a resident of a community that feeds into Driscoll Middle School, and I am here today to advocate for the students who rely on resource rooms, ALE programs, inclusion support, and all of those who cannot speak for themselves. As a special educator, I have witnessed firsthand the immense challenges that students with disabilities face when transitioning between schools. While we often refer to it as a simple transition ARD meeting, the reality is far more complex. These students must navigate unfamiliar environments, new social dynamics, shifting academic expectations, different teaching styles, and altered support systems, all while trying to maintain a sense of stability and progress. These transitions are difficult even under normal circumstances. Adding mass school closures to the equation will only intensify these struggles, creating unnecessary obstacles for our most vulnerable students. Furthermore, the strain on special education teachers is already at a breaking point. With growing caseloads and an ongoing shortage of qualified professionals, we are stretched thin. The proposed closures will only worsen this crisis, forcing educators to manage even larger caseloads, attend additional ARD meetings, and shoulder an even greater workload. This added pressure will only drive special education teachers out of the district and may push many out of the profession entirely. I understand the difficult decision you face, but I urge you to reconsider. The consequences of these closures will be far-reaching, affecting not only students with disabilities, but the integrity of special education as a whole. The decision before you is not just about budget cuts or numbers on a page. It's about real students, real educators, and real futures at stake. This is the wrong decision, and the students of NEISD deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 30.
Good evening, Dr. Micah, President, trustees, executive staff, guests, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Luna. I have a 7th grader at Driscoll Middle School, as well as a almost 1-year-old daughter as well. I just want to mention something. We all know school closures are not new. Although school districts often use like budget and enrollments to justify closing the neighborhood schools, let's call it what it is. It disproportionately affects low-income schools with mostly Black and brown students. The 3 schools have over 60% Hispanic population. Dr. Micah, for your first, big school closure project, the optics are kind of bad there. I do want to just mention that it's always the marginalized communities that have to bear the brunt of the budget shortfalls, and it's just getting very tiring to constantly see that. And also, I did notice that you mentioned the savings would cost, the savings that it would be $5 million or so now. That was a huge jump from what you had mentioned at the first meeting, the Wilshire meeting. You had, I know Susie Lackhorn had said that it's a average 1 million per school, per elementary, 1.3 for every middle school. But if you utilize it for something else, which is what you plan on doing, you mentioned it would save 500 to 700 per school, 700,000 per school. So there is a huge jump, even if it's $1 million just for closing it. That's a huge jump from 3.3 to over $5 million savings per school.
That's time.
I would urge you to get that data before voting, please.
Thank you.
Number 31. Okay, we're going to circle back to 7 and 9. Okay, thank you.
All right. I want to, before we begin discussion, I want to thank everybody that came and spoke tonight. I know you've been here a while. Thank you for everybody that came to the community meetings over the last few weeks. Thank you for the emails. We've received a lot of those, and especially thank you to the students who have stood up to speak out and advocate for their campuses. It takes a lot of courage to face a room full of people and speak your heart. So I commend them for doing that. I know you all know this. This is not easy. It's not a fun decision. It's not a fun discussion. And we're committed as trustees to look at this through the lens of our students, our staff, our community, those that have kids in school and those that do not. And we can't abdicate our fiduciary responsibility. So we have a lot of questions, I'm sure. My colleagues, I ask that we be respectful of each other and of this process, and try to keep things clear and concise, get the answers you need, and let's have the discussion that we need to have. So with that, I will open it up to questions. Ms. Villarreal.
Okay. First off, this is heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. And I, have been looking over the numbers and the documentation that we've been given, and I don't feel like we have enough information to make this decision. What I'm concerned about is closing 3 schools will impact thousands of lives and hundreds of our staff. And the problem is, I know that our district's under attack in so many ways. And I know we need to make significant changes. But, the information that we need, there's a lot of, when I was looking over the numbers, everything just kind of coalesced into this mishmash of things. And I would like to see a forensic audit done on our district. I would like to see where the money has gone. I would like to see what fat can be cut from the top down. I know that I think, just as an example, we employ RNs at each of the schools. And essentially, from what I'm understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that these RNs draw blood or do any of the things that they would do inside of a hospital. So why are we spending $70 an hour or whatever that is? I just got that number off the web, so I don't know if that's what we pay. When we could do a CNA that could give out the menstrual pads and the peppermints and call the parents if they can, give out the, stuff. I think we need to start looking at, line by line by line, kind of like the DOJ committee is in the United States, and finding what's happening with the money. I would like to see, what's going on. I would like to see line by line by line on where our money's going.
And Ms. Villarreal, I'll remind you, we have that opportunity every year to look at the budget.
We don't get line by line.
You can ask for it.
Okay, no, I'm not, no. We're in a situation where we are asking people to make huge changes in their lives and their kids' lives. And I think as a board, we are owed the ability to look at our books or have somebody else look at our books and say, for example, travel expenses. Who's traveling? And why are we spending, I think it's like $1.5 million on traveling? I'm looking at this and I'm going, who is traveling? So I want to see the numbers. Is that, I don't get it. Is that too much to ask? I'm looking at all this and I went through and everything was just ringing all kinds of bells. So, can you guys give me some numbers? Susie, can you give me some numbers? I really want to see who are these, who are the checks being written to? You guys bring, stuff to us and we're asked to vote on 50,000 and above and things like this. And I understand, fuel has gotten, we're getting our heinies kicked with inflation. I get it. I see it every day and I drive a smart car. All right. And I see go to the gas station and, it's horrible. But if we have to do this, I want to know that our backs are completely to the wall and we have no choice. So what can we do about this?
Do you have a question for a specific?
Yeah, I want to
task?
know, can we do a forensic audit to find out where the money's going? Can we cut more fat? I know that Dr. Micah has been running a very, lean machine, but is there anything we can do? Can we go line by line and find out to the penny what we can cut so that maybe we can, I don't want this to come back and then another year we've got more of this. So what can we do? Give us something that we can do.
I have a question.
Hang on. Dr. Mike, would you like to respond to that? Or
Sure. Ms. Villarreal, I'll just simply state, one, we do go line by line all the time looking. Ms. Lackhorn has explained to the board how we've cut budgets, how we're constantly looking at that. But I'm going to just remind you of this simple fact. 87% of our budget's in people. But that is it.
Then can you
And
explain
so-
to me, okay, I understand that, I get that. In 2013, 2014, we were at the peak of our enrollment. We had 214 admin in this building. In 2022 and 2023, we had 276 admin in this building, and our enrollment was going down. Last year, we had, and these are numbers off of TEA website. Last year, we had 247, admin in this building, which was an increase in admin of 13.4%, whereas our enrollment had gone down from 2013, 2014. See, this is the kind of thing that I'm looking at and I'm going, okay, each person represents, I'm not sure what those, salaries would be, but that's the kind of thing I would like to see. What is it? For example, another thing, librarians and assistants, we have a $5,149,899, dollar, are these things, are the librarians and the assistants, are these a requirement? Another thing, they brought, our people, our parents overwhelmingly said, 80% of them with one of the highest returns on a survey, 80% of those parents said, get rid of health. Do it only as the parents want it. But yet, we as a board tabled that. That could have saved us, what, $1 million? So this is what I'm saying. What are we doing here? We need to go, and these are going to be, we're asking these parents of these kids and these kids to make these sacrifices. Where are we making sacrifices?
So we spent quite a bit of time talking about central office staffing cuts over the last multiple budget study sessions. Some of that data that you're pulling off of TEA has some classification issues, and so after your question that we got today, we definitely saw an odd outlier. And when we send data to TEA, it's at this very granular level, and then they roll it all up. And so that comparability is lost there. So we're right now taking our time to go through it at a detailed level so that we can make that make sense. Part of what you'll see in some of those spikes, especially in the 22 to 23 timeframe, is ESSER funding. And so as ESSER funding was coming in, we had a lot of unique positions that were related to that, building closing the gap on instruction that lost during the pandemic. And so you'll see some spikes for admin costs for staff there, because as those teams were working on that gap, we were adding staff through ESSER in that bucket. And so our reports on TEA don't break it down at that level and telling you what the funding source is. So some of that drives from different funding sources between all of our federal programs and especially ESSER during that time frame. So there's a lot to unpack in that data, but overall, we really have been targeting central office long before we ever started looking at campuses. Not only have we been going through department budgets at a granular level, we've also been going through their staff. We regularly pull all the staff and go position by position. We go account by account every time we're looking to fund things. You asked earlier about RNs. Some of the things that they do will be like changing out feeding tubes. There are a little bit more complex things that our nurses will be doing to support some of our students and their needs than just the typical stuff that you see in a walk-in kind of clinic kind of thing. Okay, yeah.
Oh, Ms. Villarreal, and also we have one of the lowest admin ratios. You know, the state of Texas looks at what we do, and they look at first, and that's one of the things we report out every October or November, depending on the year. So, you know, coding-wise, we were talking about the administration in this building. It's not administrators. It could be, like you were saying, it could be your paraprofessionals and your support staff, but it has to go with what it was coded, and that's what we're dissecting. Like she said, ESSER paid for some of those things that we don't use anymore. Now, we've been doing cost containment the last 2 years. We froze furniture purchases, out-of-state travel. We cut budgets, a percentage of everybody, all the departments. So, yes, there's things that we are doing, but to try to close that $33 to $38 million gap that we've been talking about the last few years, and we brought to the board every budget study session to talk about those things. When you look at 2019 to now, not getting any new money, you know, something's got to give. And, you know, we can look line item by line item like Susie was saying, and we do. We look at every budget manager. We look at every school. We look at everything that we can. We try to turn over as many rocks as we can. We're running out of rocks to turn over. So, I mean, I've been here 25 years, and we're at a critical stage. If the state doesn't do something, I mean, something's got to give.
Well, let me ask you a question. Okay, we're looking at, first it was, you know, it was going to, you know, we were going to save $1 million per school. Is this correct?
Yeah, Ms. V, so let's go in and Ms. Lackhorn jump in here. When we talk about the million that we said at first, that was because of why?
It's overhead. So when we talked about that, without remodeling the staffing for where the students would go, we looked at overhead. So positions and costs associated with that building that you wouldn't need because that building didn't function as a campus anymore. So like principal, assistant principal, librarian, nurse, all those kinds of positions that there's only one of at every campus. With utilities, when we were modeling the 5 million, we adjusted those utilities for those buildings still being open, but no longer being necessarily using the same level of electricity as with kids in it at the same level and modeling it that way. And so every campus has multiple singleton positions that wouldn't need to be moved forward. We would keep the same staff, but not have as many. So we would have attrition where the person would move into another position.
So Ms. Lackhorn, look, it's 70 FTEs.
That's when you add in the
Correct.
staffing efficiency, once
So-
you add in.
Correct. So it's a
teaching
reduction of
efficiency.
70 FTEs. So we can again say everybody still has a job because we have enough attrition in the system to do, but we're going to downsize by 70 FTEs, full-time people.
Yep.
That's through this process. That's how it ends up saving money. Look, the little bit in air, the little bit like, let me give you an example. You no longer need a safety specialist at an elementary school. We don't need to move it either because it was assigned to a school. So that's one less, and you just start going through these components to get there.
Is this a one-time thing, though, or is this something that will is it?
No,
it's
that's
a reduction,
ongoing cost.
Ongoing.
That is ongoing. And I want to say something because you're talking a lot about line by line. These guys right over here know exactly what I've done to them for 3 years. I've printed out every single person that reports to them. And I've walked them through and said, you're going to have to cut. You're going to have to figure it out. Mr. Villarreal has had to do it. Mr. Jimenez has had to do it. Ms. Chancellor has had to do it. Mr. Jarrett has had to do it. She's too young in the position. She hadn't gotten there yet, but folks before her did. We've continued. Every year I pull it back up to look at, is there more there somewhere that's not? But again, as I've said, there is only so deep I start to cut that I promise you campuses start to feel it. Look, you're listening to all up in Austin right now. We're hearing about going up there. Folks, all they're talking about is teacher pay raises. What about everybody else? What about your bus drivers? Ms. Hurd, I see you. What about you? Are they talking about you? They're not. They're talking about teachers. What happens when, hey, teachers, what happens when you don't have enough custodians? Who's cleaning your room? You. Hey, what happens when we don't have bus drivers? We're going out to look at coaches to do it. This is the problem. So we can talk about one category, but folks, it's the whole thing. Those folks rest on all of these other people. If anything, we learned through the pandemic. What happens when we don't have enough people in some of those jobs that are invisible to people? Like why I featured our air conditioning and HVAC techs. We just take for granted every day we walk into that school and it's heated and feeling good. You don't have any idea the hours those people are putting in to make certain it shows up. And one of the gentlemen that I featured said the following, Dr. Mike, I said, it's time we make you visible. He goes, I'm okay being invisible. I said, I'm not. Because you do a valuable thing for us every single day. Because you know what's stressor every time we have bad weather? Is, are our kids going to show up and our employees going to show up to a building that's okay? Or are they not? But there's not that many of those either. Or we can talk about the 2 pest control people that take care of our 12 million square feet. So when we can sit here and talk about picking this out, folks, 87% in people, and of that, 87% sits in schools, where it should. We should invest heavily in there. That's who I signed up for, to impact our kids. That's it. That's it. I was blessed, and I've been blessed over my entire career to meet some of the best kids in the world. I met a young man my first year of teaching. His name was Ryan. He was autistic. He couldn't speak. He taught me more about what being a teacher is than most kids have ever taught me. That's what Ryan did for me. His mother decided to nominate myself and my teammate as Teachers of the Year. I was like, he taught me. I didn't teach him. It's why I can sit and look at Gordon Hartman and work on those kinds of things, because I understand his mission. We're all trying to do right by kids. They don't like some of the cuts. Mr. Jarrett squirms so many times because I'm always picking on him. But he also understands what we need to do, and he's always willing, as they all are, to step back and figure out what can we live without. But eventually I'm going to impact them. And they're starting to feel it. I don't want them to be it too bad.
So Dr. Mike, I think there's probably two big questions that I'm assuming all of us have that I think will probably help inform some of this discussion as well. One is, Ms. Villarreal started to hit on it, is what is the actual cost, factoring in what's going to happen to these facilities plus whatever facilities are going to be repurposed for something else on down the line, and what improvements would have to go into some of these schools if we move kids. Like, have we looked at all of that and had all that information? Two is, what is going to happen with these facilities? And I think those two questions are paramount to maybe some other detailed discussions, but I think we need to start there and then move down the line.
Yes, sir. So, first off, is I can say that $5 million, Ms. Lackhorn, I mean, we feel solid about that. From looking at it to the best that we can predict today, looking at everything, we feel pretty good around that $5 million number.
Yeah, so we did the overhead costs, so all those positions that, would go away based off of their role in the campus. The teachers and the staff that are typically associated with a ratio, the students don't go away. So you still run through the scenario of, we ran through the model of, this is how many teachers we have. If we send this many kids here and this many kids here, how many teachers would we need then? And because we have some capacity at those campuses that will receive students, you end up saving teachers because you don't have to add as many as you already have. So you end up increasing your savings by this efficiency gained through staffing. And so with more students together, you become more efficient in that staffing. And so that brings those savings up.
Right.
The one thing that we...
Ms. Lackhorn, may I jump in there
please.
real quick? Folks, system-wide, and I'm not just talking to Northeast, I'm talking systems all over, are struggling for people. When you can move this in, it actually starts to lift some of the burden of trying to find even more folks, because you're maximizing space that's already sitting out there that has the piece. We're not overcrowding rooms. We're not doing it. We're still working within the law. And it just starts so for instance, we gave the one example of Wilshire. It pushes 4 teachers, 2 at one campus and 2 at the other, because they have enough capacity to absorb those students in. Doesn't mean we got to get rid of the teacher. That means they're going to go somewhere else. But we're downsizing that number of positions. That's how we're getting there. All right? Now, look, Mr. Barr, you asked about what we're going to do at these schools. Let me walk through them for you. All right? What my proposal will be. So, Driscoll Middle School, right? Lots of rumors flying around, lots of stuff. But I'm going to talk about what my proposal would be to do with that and the why. Okay? So first off, we have the NETS program. Mr. Jarrett, can you tell me I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on its acronym, what it stands for?
It's for the students who are 18 and above.
Right, but what's the acronym, NETS?
Northside Educational Transition, Northeast.
Northeast.
Sorry.
So that is for our students that are in special education that are ages 18 through 21. By law, we have to continue to educate them, all right? They currently, right now, are in a very small building behind our alternative center, all right? That would be one of those programs that would move to Driscoll, all right? 2, we would use that to start utilizing some of that space. They have a big multi-purpose room, they have a band hall, they have a library, to use those areas as training facilities for staff. And then we have had, you saw yourself in the data that Mr. Jarrett presented about our our graduation rates are not as high. We've been digging deep into that. I've also been listening to high school principals for the last 2 years. You may or may not know this, but once a quarter I sit down with all the high school principals, middle school principals, and then also the elementary. But what the high school principals have talked about are the students that they call quietly quit. These are young people in our system that have fallen off track. They are not catching up. And look, as a young person sitting in a school, I'm already off track, and the only way I can catch up on this credit is to sit in all of this seat time. How do I get caught up? They fall further and further behind. By the time ACE catches them, they are a junior or a senior by the time we catch them. That's great. I'm not at that program, but it needs to be much more proactive. We need to catch these young people before they fall so far off, before they drop out of school, before they become 6-year completers and all of this. My proposal would be to not only move nets there, not only use it as a training space, but also put the Academy of Creative Education there as well, with the goal of, in a year from now, expanding that program to 9-10 students. That way then, we are not waiting for them to fall so far behind, then swoop in and try to catch them up, where they, if you were around long enough, and I guess I have been, Mr. Byer, you have as well, to listen to when they used to tell their stories, they talked about, they were literally on their faces before we swept in and picked them up, and that's great. But what if we were maybe catching them before they fell back that far behind? What if we could catch them up like in the freshman year and make sure they didn't fall off? And then, hey, you know what? If you want to stay at ACE, great. You can continue here. But you know what? If you want to go back to Roosevelt or to Reagan or Johnson or anywhere else, then you have that opportunity too, because now you're back on track. That would be my proposal for that campus. That would not utilize every single piece of that facility. Yes, ma'am.
So for ACE, I'm sorry, I'm catching up here. Right now, it's for 11, 12?
It is 11 and 12 only.
Okay.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
your recommendation is that it's 9, 10, 11, 12?
Correct.
So
That-
it becomes kind
That
of-
we would relocate it, give it a year for it to be settled into 11, 12 program, and then because we would need to educate our counselors, our principals, our community, our students about what that opportunity would look like, so that they would understand what choice they are making in choosing to attend that type, because right now it's 11 and 12 only. And just so you all know, in case you don't know where it's housed, it is housed at our Career and Technical Center in Building 2, I believe, right? It's Building 2. I have to think which way it's ordered. Yes, ma'am.
So would the repurposing of the middle school as you proposed negate the savings for the overhead?
No. Oh, that was factored into our number.
Correct. So again, Ms. Landry, it's the people in the building that are going to save us the amount of money. It is not going to be the utilities and that. But what we looked at, again, we're not going to maximize that whole facility, all right, with those programs. So we are not going to be heating and air conditioning all of that facility.
So
We're
now-
still going to maintain it.
And now the old home of, like where Nets was at, we would no longer.
Yeah, I'm
need
going to
that.
get there, Susie.
Uh,
All right? Yeah, I'm going to get there, okay? So, Ms. Landry, I may answer your question here in a bit, and then if not, if you'll circle back with me, okay? So that is Driscoll, all right? Wilshire, earlier, some folks talked about House Bill 3, right? That came out in the 88th session. Ms. Shelton, I'm looking to make sure that you, because I want you to catch up, okay? Because I know so House Bill 3 was passed in the 88th. That law is what mandated that we have an armed person in every one of our schools. okay? So, you all have heard me talk about, in fact, I've been in Austin already talking about this and several other things about the law changing for the training because it is extremely hard to get our safety specialists trained in order to carry a weapon in a school. All right? It is not an easy process. They have to go through a lot of things. All right? One of those pieces now is we put them through active shooter training. It happens right now at one of our elementary schools. All right? Happens at Regency. Why? Because it's across the street from PD. The problem with it is it happens on the weekends, which doesn't seem like a problem until you realize that every time we do this training, I'm paying overtime for those people. Every single time. Because I'm bringing that safety specialist in outside the hours because I can't do it during the day because there are students in the building. 2 is that I need them to train in part alongside NEPD because in the event that we do have a horrific tragedy in our schools, what we've seen throughout the U.S. and their studies is that a lack of coordination between entities. Chief McCampbell, Paul, and I have all talked. Folks, I don't care what any other system around here says. We will be the first to be on site. And we have to make certain that we are as coordinated and taking that out the best we can. So 1, I would use it for that training so that we can quit spending money in overtime. And 2, I would make it a substation basically for NEPD because it will improve our response down in our southern portion of our system. Right now, everybody is consolidated out of NEPD right here. It would relocate that component over. There is going to be zero disturbance. You're not going to see any sort of training outside of our schools. It is all interior. That is where we're training. All right? All inside.
So what about the noise level?
Chief,
There is no noise. Very rarely we use simunitions, which is very low.
Yeah, Chief, you need to speak.
Microphone, please.
So all the active shooter training is consistent with what we call simunitions, which are basically paintball guns. And it doesn't have the sound of handgun or rifle or pistol or anything. It's very quiet. It's very unrestrictive as far as ambient noise. It's all going to be contained within the building, so that way it's not going to disrupt the neighborhood. Plus, we always put signage out saying that police training is in progress whenever we do it, just so if they do see a bunch of officers respond in whatever the scenario may be, signage is already out there to let them know that we're training and that there's nothing to it.
So, in my mind's eye, what I see is a bunch of guys in black that are circling the building trying to figure out how to get in. And I see that as disruptive to the neighborhood.
So there'll be an entry point to get into the building, just like there would be if we had an event happen at one of our schools for real. We're going to tell them where the entry location is going to be, and that will start the scenarios once they enter the building. And we never do, active shooter is based off of 1 or 2-man teams. It's not like a SWAT team where you're going to have a row of 8 officers outside of a building waiting to make a breach entry. It's going to be 1 or 2 officers. They'll go in, conduct the scenario. The other students will be inside in a waiting area, so there's not going to be a big deterrent. Plus, if we make it a substation, there are already going to be the officers that are assigned to whatever area that it's going to be purposed for. They're going to be there every day with their patrol cars, so it's going to become an everyday visual that law enforcement now occupies that building and will be there to go start their patrol day and then train whenever we have a bit of time to do that.
Okay, so more like the Rookie versus SWAT. You see what I watch on TV? Thank you.
Are those movies? I'm sorry, I don't watch a lot of TV. So with that, then what we would look at is we do have some portables down there. One of the things that I've asked Ms. Caldwell to do is to figure out how are we going to start to handle the volume of portables that we have that we no longer need. All right? One of the things, and I want to share it with you, is we have in the past, Mr. Villarreal, chime in, have sold a portable for $1, and nobody comes and gets it because it is so expensive to haul it off. So I've asked Ms. Caldwell, like, what are our other options in dealing with those? Because again, that's less to insure, it's less to heat and cool, it's less to maintain, it's all of those other things that, but we don't have that cost yet. But that's not just at Wilshire anyway, that's at a lot of campuses throughout our system, is what can we do with them, right? The last school, the last school is Clear Spring. That would be my recommendation where our alternative center does go. And so, you know, one of the things that I heard out in the community is, have you considered that there's an elementary school nearby? Right now, the alternative school sits across from the elementary. It's right there. Ridgeview Elementary sits straight across from it. One of the reasons that I would like to relocate it is because that facility needs to start differentiating for our students. In the sense of, we have young people who, in all accounts, make a mistake and bring a vape. The law has changed. We now make them go to alternative for a vape. They are sitting in there with just students who are having much different behavior problems. That's not to be that they're some kind of monster. They're just a child that, for whatever reason life has dealt them, they've been there several different times. I would like to differentiate those programs so that students who come over, Mr. Jimenez, Mr. Jarrett and I met with a parent whose child got in possession of a beer can. It was a beer. Didn't realize what it was, ends up handing it back to the kid, but the law is real clear. If they've been in possession, and that child was, then they shall, I think is the word, go to alternative. This kid, by all accounts, has never been in trouble in their life. Now we're sending them over there, and they're getting treated like the same way that a kid that might have been over there 2 or 3 times for that same thing. I don't think that's right anymore. I think the laws and things have changed. What I know from being in Austin is Chapter 37 is going to be a big topic of discussion. Chapter 37 is all about the discipline code. All right? What new laws are they going to pass that continue to mandate kids go over there, which is understandable? But how do we respond and start looking at our students different so that we treat them as an individual student and not as, you committed this crime, so to say, as this parent said. Great kids make bad choices. Like, all kids make poor choices at some point in their life. How do we differentiate it in a sense that it makes things a little bit better? Right now, that facility is the old Jewish Community Center. My recommendation would be to sell that property off. We simply do not need it anymore as a system. To get rid of it, to utilize these systems in manners that responds to the changing political landscape that we're under, changes to the current needs that we have, and also in some ways we shrink, but we get better as a result of it. Does that help, Mr. Byer?
Yes, and I guess the next logical question I'd have is, well, what do we have to do to those campuses to shift those populations around to get ready for acquiring new students, whatever form of the student that is, whether it's alternative school or ACE or NETS?
Virtually nothing, Mr. Byer, because these campuses already have the items in them. It's not that we have to pick up and start shifting things. ACE needs less things, in fact. What we would do is, should you all consolidate, is to go into those facilities and look at what items in there are needed at other campuses throughout our district, and then shifting them to that need. So for instance, cafeteria tables. Hey, we may have a campus that quite frankly really does need new cafeteria tables. Hey, rather than purchasing them, we can repurpose these from this facility over and utilize those. All that is some of Deb's people going over and moving it. We already have people. It's just shifting it around. So very minimal work do we need to do to any of these facilities in order to utilize them the way I'm describing.
Ms. Shelton, you had your light on this question.
Yeah, I had a question about the selling the current alternative school, the old Jewish Community Center. What do we think that's worth? And would we sell it as is?
Ms. Shelton, I will tell you, we would have to get an appraisal, and I've not gone there. I've not gone there because I'm not going to spend money to do something that's not going to happen. All right? So I held on that, but we would 100% go and get it assessed and report back to you on what it is, what it's valued at, and then we would need to work with a realtor that we have in order to list it and then go through that process. As you all know, that's part of what we do back in executive session. We can discuss real estate. That's just through the negotiation process. Okay?
I think the other, I guess, my third high-level question is related to time frame, about, I think, people feeling this is rushed. Have you looked at schedule of if action's taken today, what does that mean going forward, I guess virtually all the way to the beginning of the school year next year?
So Mr. Byer, the reason that it's in February is we as a system need that time in order to make certain that we transition things well. And so one of the very first things we would need to do is activate that school choice and that magnet piece. Those are ready to deploy. All right? We need to work with, we have a principal meeting this Thursday. We would sit down with all of the campuses that are being impacted to schedule those nights for parents and parents and students to walk that building, to see those components, and then we would just continue to work through our list, because ultimately this doesn't take effect until August of this coming year. So they're going to finish out the year at their school. Ms. Witten needs to start looking at positions and starting, because one of the things we want to do is let teachers know and other folks know as soon as we can, here's where you're going. We heard very clearly at our employee meetings that there are some unique circumstances as far as daycare goes, maybe where grandma or grandpa live. We have a way, we already do this, where our employees fill those things out so that when Ms. Witten and her staff are working through displacing people, or placing them, not displacing them, but placing them, is that she has a good process and that's working through in order to help those folks know where they're going. So we need that time, Mr. Byer, in order to work through all of those things. Again, I am not going to go to campuses and have these dates all preset now, because I'm asking principals and staff to start working on things that may or may not happen. I don't want to do that until we have clear line of sight.
I get that. I guess the more pointed question is, has somebody written down some time frames and said, this is generally what we're looking at?
Yes.
Each different department has
Yes.
their own individual responsibility, but collectively that has to create some kind of Gantt chart that
Yes, sir.
shows the flow of how all this is going to work.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So,
sir.
Ms. Cox, you had a question.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. As far as school choice, so I guess, Mr. Jimenez, you said that this process has been reevaluated, so it's open, and I guess what I'm trying to understand is the consolidated schools will now have an option for 3 school choices.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
So meaning that if you are slated for Garner or Harris, but Hill is closer to you, and just to parents' points about travel time, how does that work? Is that a consideration? I'm not really sure how school choice students are picked, but would that be could there, in the Google form, could that be, well, why do you need school of choice? Could that be part of, a component of that?
It could be part of that. School choice occurs for any student in any school going anywhere, but for our parents that are in the consolidated schools, they would have that opportunity to have two more, opportunities to pick from, which doesn't happen with anybody else. Everyone usually gets one opportunity, and that's it. We
Okay.
want to allow them to have two more, but yes, ma'am, they could choose to say they want to go to Tex Hill instead, and that would be their first choice, and then if their second choice was something else, they could do that. And that's
Okay.
just, I heard very loud and clear when we were in community meetings
Sure.
that they wanted multiple options.
Okay, thank you for that.
And Ms. Cox, if I may, the reason that we do that, the way that we came up with this 3 method is because we simply cannot predict who will or will not choice and then where they may choice. So this allows that if we cannot, because our goal will be to try to give the first choice, it always is, but if not, at least we have, because maybe a lot of folks applied to school choice here and that just simply can't be accommodated, at least there's another option there to try to make it work for them based on what they believe is best for their child and family.
Sure, okay, thank you. And, Mr. Jarrett, I have 2 questions. Thank you very much for speaking to the SLA program at Redland. I know that's a small population, but I feel like that's really important. So we work with that community to figure out what's best for them as a sort of a together process?
Yes, ma'am. It is a small group, and so it would be a one-on-one conversation with those families. But of course, we would need to look at the landscape of the district and make sure the relocation is the best place to serve those kids appropriately.
Okay, thank you. And to course selections, like I know course cards are in, right? But they're turned in, so what does that look like for like a Driscoll kid?
So they
They've
will-
turned theirs in at the campus, but then what's the next step for that master
Yes, ma'am.
system?
So they will have their own elective fair, where essentially they're going to be able to learn about the course offerings at the new campus. They'll be able to adjust their course card, but their original will already be sent. So some of their core classes will be the same, but if there's new courses that's offered at the new campus, then they'll be able to reselect. And then those schedules aren't ran until probably like after spring break. So really, they will still have first choice, just like any other student on that campus.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, so if we save, I don't know, roughly $3 to $5 million every year, how is it decided how those funds are used?
Budget deficit.
Okay.
I mean, that's what it's going to be used
Just the
for.
bottom line.
It is going to offset the deficit that we are running.
Okay, and just one other question, like PALS and other leadership programs, I think some of those have already, those applications have already been closed. How does that work if a student wanted to be a PAL at Driscoll and go to Redland? How does that work at their new campus?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
No, I mean, I think you're going to say the same thing. We are going to work with that transition period, and so part of that process is them selecting what they're interested in and us opening those doors to give them the access, just like any other student at those schools had.
Meaning that they would be able to go through the application
Yes.
process? Okay, thank you.
Again, we're not going to close that door, but we need to work with that individual campus and that individual sponsor in order to address that appropriately.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Gigi, you had a question?
I'm going to get to a question. I first want to say to each one of you, sorry. This has been and is the most difficult decision that I've had to face. To your point, Ms. Villarreal, you know I respect you. It scares me to death to think that we're going to start cutting things like our nurses and our librarians. They don't just do the things that you said. As a principal, I had medically fragile kids. They're in all of our schools. They go into diabetic comas, some of our kids. They're medically fragile. They have seizures. We need nurses on our campus. As a former Northeast employee, going through the budget process, it's painful, and we have had to cut line by line, year after year. We did not come to you all with this having not looked line by line. Principals have had to cut cafeteria assistants. They have had, the schools in the north have much bigger classes. They asked for another teacher, they don't get them. I retired, they did not replace me. Maybe they didn't need to, but they have cut and cut. And any teacher in this room, if they're being honest, would tell you that that is true. The budgets have been looked at. They have been looked at line by line. The next thing we're going to have to do is look at people and programs. And that scares me too, because the programs are what get our kids to school. We don't have to have all the extracurricular programs that we have. They're expensive, but they are what keeps our kids, many of them, in school. And so I don't want you to think that this district has just come and said, you know, let's close schools. Won't that be fun? We have looked at the money. And there's nobody here tonight at that podium speaking in favor of closing schools. But you need to know many people have come to us and said, we know it's hard, but we know it's the right thing to do. They won't come to this podium tonight. It is not a popular thing, and the things that I'm saying are not popular. I realize that. They're hard, they're difficult, they're emotional, they're personal. Could we have communicated this better to you? I think we could have, and for that, I'm sorry. Hindsight is clarity, and we need to evaluate how we did this, and I know that we will. But no matter how we did it or what the action is, it doesn't change that we've lost 12,000 kids. 12,000 kids, and we have the same number of buildings and same number of facilities. You can't keep doing that. We cannot ignore this reality that we have this giant deficit. The concerns that parents have had are valid, and I am so grateful. Everything that you talked about, Mr. Jarrett, was on my list of questions, so I don't have as many as I would have had. I appreciate that. I heard you say you're going to do some one-by-one discussion, one-on-one discussion. I think that's key. I think that's the only way parents are going to feel heard. What does my child need? And all of the things that I was worried about, Ms. Cox, you talked about PALS. That was one of my things, the course selections. I hear that you're going to commit to taking care of that. School choice, you're looking at that. I didn't feel good about that before you spoke, because those things had not been addressed. Those are the things when I read the questions that people had, you covered them. And I know there are more, but when you do this one-on-one and the plan that you have, the other thing I want the audience to know is I've spoken to most of the principals, the receiving principals. They are eager if this passes, and of course it may not, but they have plans and ideas and they want to welcome the kids. And so I feel very good. Part of the problem is you love your schools, and that's a good problem. I believe you can love another school, and I believe they can love you too. And I want to just close by saying, somebody said that we don't care up here. This is a very caring and passionate board, that we will not take this vote lightly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chigi. Let you all duel it out.
I do have a few questions. So, Dr. Micah or Mr. Jarrett, one of the things that was in the presentation was the capacity rate, and it looks like the receiving schools will go anywhere from 53 to 74%. What is ideal capacity?
85% would be a great target, and would leave you room to not be, to have some flexibility if more kids were to come, to adjust to situations. So 85% is what we see across the industry. There's no perfect number. I don't think, nothing is ever defined that beautifully, but what we have seen in our research is about 85%.
And for 85%, all of those ratios take into account the cafeteria capacity?
Yes, so even, the way ours works is, our core capacity is the lower of the cafeteria or the instructional classroom space. And so cafeteria is always included, but typically our instructional space is smaller than what the cafeteria can handle. And so it's typically the instructional space that drives that capacity number.
Okay, so it's not a combination of...
It's the smaller of the two.
The smaller of the two. Okay, great. That helps. Thank you. Also, and I think Ms. Chidgey, you touched on this a little bit, for the last few years, I was just looking at an article that said in 2024, we approved a budget deficit of nearly 63 million.
So if you remember, when we're going through that budget process, we talk about how we budget for every dollar being spent and every position being filled every minute of every day. That is not what we project us to actually come in at. So most of the times when we're making decisions and we're having discussions, we talk about the projected actual and not the budget deficit. And so that budget deficit is every staff member filled for every day and every department and campus spending every single dollar that's in their budget. And so that just is not a realistic expectation. So we during that budget process, we provide you with both numbers so that you can have a realistic expectation.
Okay, and so if I heard correctly, the realistic expectation is 39 million?
It's in that area. Mhm.
Okay, so we went from 63 to 39 because of the things that we've done to really...
63 is us
Budgeting.
spending everything all the way across the system. 39.
Ms. Blackhorn, if I just... That's everybody in our system spending 100% of their budget. That is 100% of the time from day one to the day end that 100% of positions are filled. That never happens. So that 63 is what we have to report, but when you factor in that not everybody will spend their budget, not every position will be filled 100% of the time, you downgrade that to about 39 million, okay? Because you're just not spending everything. But we always have to tell you the worst case scenario, but we know it's going to be more about 39 million.
Yeah, the budget's an authorization to spend, and so we wouldn't feel comfortable planning for those positions without the authorization of them. And so we need to report to you what it would cost if they were truly filled every minute of the day. But our system is so large, when you deal with turnover and vacancies, it equates to quite a bit of savings.
So, and that has to be reported to TEA, correct?
Yes, we have to
That's
submit
what
the
they-
budget to TEA.
That's
Mhm.
what they require us to report, the full 63 million?
It is more of a practice
Okay.
here at the district so that we are completely transparent with the board in the sense that they understand what we're being committed to. That's why we stress so hard the two different numbers so that you have all the pieces to help make the decisions.
Okay, thank you. And so as Ms. Villarreal mentioned, eliminating the health course was something that our community had expressed interest in. Was that an accurate estimate of $1 million savings if we had followed through and?
So
I'm looking
don't-
over, I know Mr. Jimenez and I know that we talked about this up here at one point because kids have to sit somewhere.
Right.
Right? But I want to say, I thought it was 300,000,
300,000, yes, sir.
right?
I remember it being 300,000, and you're right. If kiddos aren't sitting in a health class with those teachers, they're going to have to sit somewhere else. So we still need teachers to have them sit in a different elective or different class or
Right.
whatever it may be.
But I think we came up with that number with the former director, and that was kind of just looking at numbers and just trying to,
If I'm not mistaken, it was just a straight number of staff
Correct.
times their projected salaries equaled a number, and I don't think.
The
that
number of
was-
sections, we were going by number of sections that they would have.
I don't know that that was the full, quick number. I don't think that was the full story that we got, because we didn't have a further discussion.
The other piece that was, it with Mr. Byer, if I may, was, because I think instructional materials were counted as part of that, but that's done through the instructional materials allotment, so it wouldn't hit our budget. So that was another piece that didn't, that's money that we have to spend, but it's not our budgeted money for the district.
So I question why it would cost anything if the instructional materials come out of IMA funds and the kids have to go somewhere, so they're with another teacher. So I'm not.
Well, and I don't want to derail Ms. Landry's questioning right now, so we'll get back to her.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
In November of 2023, we looked at an opportunity to make some changes for dual language and ham program, and we had an estimated savings on that. And ultimately, that got the community feedback was that that wasn't something we wanted to do. What was our estimated savings from that? Do you recall?
I want to say we probably reported around 8 million, between 4 and 8 million on dual language, if my memory serves me correct, Mr. Jarrett. And then,
Sorry, I will look at the number. I don't want to misspeak on that, but I'll check right now.
Okay, thank you. And one other thing, Mr. Jarrett, I hate to double task you. One of my big concerns is for the special ed students and the true impact for their adjustment from going to one district or one school to another. What is the likelihood of those students remaining with their teacher when they move, if they move?
I don't know for certain. What I will tell you is that we are constantly short special education teachers, and that's a factor that is across our whole entire system, which means the schools that the students may be going to very well could have those same shortages, and then those teachers would essentially go to those exact schools.
But Mr. Jarrett, I'd also say that saying special education students, as you heard tonight, there are a lot of different programs. So it depends on the program, the number of students that would go to here, and then, you know, our goal is if that teacher, for instance, an ALE teacher, if that teacher, that wherever the students are moving to, and that triggers that staffing allocation, then we would want to take that teacher and move them with those students. That would be one less thing, right, they have to adjust to. Again, it's just because when you're looking at whether that's co-teach, whether that, you know, there are so many components of special education to do. I don't think we know certainty because, again, what if they choice out? What if they decide they're a kiddo that's in inclusion in a classroom and they choice out? We thought they were going to go there, but they actually choiced out. See, it's all these little variables in there that we have to wait to see where do things work out, and then we staff it accordingly.
So that one-on-one partnership, is that primarily focused for the students with the special needs?
Yes, ma'am. The one-on-one is to have a better conversation from the current school and the school they're going to, just to make sure there's nothing missing as far as that child's needs being met. And so we want to just make sure those conversations happen. Our special education department has been talking about this since the conversation started because they want to make sure that they're sitting with families, working with families, and meeting their needs as presented in their IEP, but also those social stories and things that kids may have that we just don't know about. And so that's why those one-on-one meetings will be held.
Thank you. And then one other question I have, school choice for students of consolidated schools, will they be prioritized? Will they have first priority at the school choice?
So at this moment, that is not part of our plan for them to have priority. What I've told parents that I've spoken to is that we're going to do everything we can to get them in the space that they need based on circumstances that they need, which is why they were going to add some of those components. Dr. Mike talked about a few, if they're with grandparents or if the need to have all kids in the same school, some of those parts. And, you know, you have some kids that have different programming like special education and whatnot. We're going to look at all of that. We're going to try to do the best we can with that. School choice is a really big number right now, and if we try to prioritize, we're going to really mess with the integrity of that system a lot, but we're going to work really hard to try to make right for our parents that are in those consolidated schools.
And,
I can say that.
And Ms. Landry, that's why we're giving them 3 choices, is to give them that option so that they really don't want to attend whichever school they're being zoned to, and they're like, I want out. Right now, currently, through school choice, you get 1 choice. What we want to do is say, okay, look around and look at your top 3. We feel fairly confident we're going to make one of those 3 happen. Goal is always choice 1. But again, for variables that I don't know how many out of that one school would apply for school choice to this particular school. And what does that do to staffing and things? So all of these little things have to work themselves out. But our goal will be, hey, one of these 3 are going to land. Goal is starting with number 1. And then if number 1 can't for some reason, then we're going to go to number 2.
And I understand that. My real concern really is if I have a student from Bradley who wants to do school choice, and I've got a student from Driscoll who wants to do school choice, is it first come, first serve, or do the Driscoll students receive their choice because they're being impacted before the Bradley student would receive their choice?
Currently, it's first come, first serve. But like I said, we're going to work really closely with the different situations that we have for our consolidated schools to see if we can make things work based on the numbers that we have available at the schools that they're looking for. By giving 3 options, we're allowing parents to have more choice than if they just chose one and they didn't get in, and that's it. We want to make sure that we're giving them an option for other schools if that first option, whatever it may be, would be, filled. That's not occurring with regular school choice.
Right, and I understand that. So for the first come, first serve, has that already been open for other, so before this decision came up for a vote, was school choice for the next year open for others to apply?
Yes, ma'am, that opened up in December.
Okay, so students at Driscoll, for example, that didn't know they might
Correct.
need to be applying for school choice
That
would
is
be
correct.
at the bottom. or
That is
choice.
correct. And like I said, many parents that I spoke to, they were, of course, they were wanting priority, but they were also asking if they could have multiple choices because they knew that with the school choice application, there's only one option, and if that option was closed, that was it for them. So they really were asking, can we have more than one choice, which is what we're offering.
Ms. Landry, Mr. Jimenez, I believe you looked at this, but through that, there is still capacity at those all surrounding campuses, correct?
That is correct.
So there have not been enough people to apply for those seats to max, in other words. Do you see what I'm saying?
So the
Everybody has
majority should-
capacity around.
Okay,
Correct.
so
So should you apply, right? The quicker the better, but there's capacity at all the buildings that, at least in the geographic area, we didn't look, but pretty much all schools throughout our district
Middle
have
schools,
capacity.
and Susie can probably say this better in terms of capacity, but we do have space in middle schools, quite a bit of
Okay.
it.
Okay, that helps, thank you. That's all I had, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Landry. Ms. Shelton, you had questions?
So it's great to go last because then most of my questions
not
are
last
answered.
yet.
Oh, Ms. Tom, okay. Most of my questions have been answered. What is the structured learning environment? How many students are currently in it? Which school are we thinking will host it, and when will we know?
Right now is only 3 students. These are students that have unique needs. It may be autism or anything like that. And so it's 3 students in the program right now for SLE.
Okay. And I just want to say, I really appreciate the answers tonight. I really struggled with this because I felt like we didn't have a plan. I think we have concepts of a plan. We have more of a plan. But some of the things I heard tonight, like we're going to look to, as opposed to we've kind of laid out, make me feel like we're not quite there. And so I'm struggling with that just a little bit. And I think we're closer for sure, but I don't think we're quite there.
And Ms. Shelton, I'll speak to that. If I would have had a full plan, then I'm accused of it's already done, that this is just a rubber stamp. And so what I did very carefully with my staff is to get so far, but not too far, to the point where, because ultimately you still have to vote.
No, I get that, Dr. Micah.
And so I understand that. Just know that that's on me, and I'll own it, because I didn't want to go out too far, because the more I heard was, this is already done, this isn't going to be anything, you already have this all worked out. There are some things that we still need to get, like SLE. Those 3 students that are impacted, where does it make sense for those families? Where do we have the capacity? Where does it make sense to happen? Rather than just simply saying this is where it is. And so, yes, there's not everything is complete. Ms. Shelton, I'll own that. That's on me.
Yeah, when you guys bring us, and I'm new, so blame the new girl, but when you bring us the budget study, my guess is, and I could be wrong, Ms. Lackhorn, that's done. What happens week to week maybe changes because the numbers from Austin change, or we think we're going to get more, or we're going to get less money, but you know what you're going to tell us week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, and you feed that to us. That was my experience this year. And so I think with something as big as this, we needed a longer runway. And as I look, a constituent reminded me on Saturday when I had a meeting that we live by the balanced scorecard. That's what she started with. You live by the balanced scorecard, and you've done great on stewardship, is what she told me. And then I said, and we've done great on staff, because there's a commitment that all of our staff will be taken care of. And I think we're going to do a great job on students. And I believe that based on Ms. Chigi, who tells me every time I'm like, ugh, that we're going to take care of our students because she's done this before. Where we have not done a good job, in Tracy's opinion, is on stakeholders. I couldn't have done this at work and kept my job, right? Like I couldn't have given my boss something in December and told him that we were going to have something this big, that we were going to have to vote on it and make it go in February without bringing the other people along. And so I'm struggling. I think we definitely have to do something. We got to get to the $10 million a year that you told, not this board, but your previous board, that we were going to have to decrease. I just think if we are really committed to the things we say we're committed to, we got to bring everybody along. And I think we missed the mark with our stakeholders. So that's where I am.
Ms. Thompson.
I'm just going to kind of go through the checklist because a lot of things, most of the questions I had have been answered. I guess, and there is a difference between a trustee and a representative, but I do understand that people want to know why their school, why Wilshire, why Driscoll, why Clear Spring. And I know in the presentations you had 7, maybe there were 7 points, but perhaps could you elaborate on those just so that people understand what went into that decision-making process?
Sure. So one is we looked at efficiency. So those were those sheets that every single campus was looked at, right? That's one factor. Plus, we're looking at the facility itself. So, and I'm sorry, it's late, so I'm trying to keep it there, all right? Let's take, for instance, Clear Spring. That is a very small footprint of a campus, all right? So when we look around its geographic location, because one of the things that I've heard from a couple of trustees is not just looking at here, but looking 5 and 10 years down the line. You know, we've talked, I lived in the school district, my community was impacted. When a high school was opened, they were told 1 year that's going to be your school, and in a year later, nope, sorry, you're going back this other way. Can we maintain this over time without turning around and coming back and doing it again? So that was a piece of it, because Clear Spring is so small. By pushing kids in there, you really can't grow it too much to that 85% capacity, all right? That proximity to other campuses is what is around them, what do they look like? Can they absorb them relatively within that component, right? What can we use that facility for? Its geographic location within the district. Because there are programs and things to move them, you just can't move them to the far end of the district somewhere. You have to think about its geographic location for others. So I often talk, like, look at Career and Technical Center. It kind of sits in the middle of our district. Why? Because 7 high schools are coming into it. That's Clear Spring with the Alternative Center. Pretty centrally located. Bill's taken a look at it for buses. It's actually better to come in and out because of that intersection. Isn't in a really a busy area. It allows for our buses to come in and out much easier. We're looking at those facilities conditions. Do we need to do a lot of work in order to make it transition? You know, when we opened the Pre-K Academy at West Avenue, great idea, that community loves it, but it ended up costing us a lot more money because once you moved it to only 4-year-olds, the city said, oh, by the way, now you have to meet daycare, like I think it was daycare pieces. So now all of a sudden the cost escalated. So we're taking a look at, can this facility be transitioned over with minimal to no cost in order to use it for what we intend to use it for? All right? So that's how we're thinking. That's how I thought about it, is all of those pieces. So I think, you know, I've said this off and on throughout. Oftentimes people think it's one singular thing, one causation, right, that made it. This wasn't like one single thing said this school. It was a multitude of all these things together because, again, my staff knows them. They're written on the board up in the conference room. One of my questions is, how do we, I think the way it's worded is, how do we not shrink, but downsize, something to that. I'm sorry, it's late, but while simultaneously expanding so that efficiency gets better. Like, it haunts me because we are shrinking, but that doesn't mean we can't continue to be creative and innovative in things. I think you saw that with the campus safety specialists, but we still have to work within those components of the law. So how do we do it? We can't just keep doing it. Not every safety specialist wants to come in on a Saturday. They have family too. So how do we create a facility to utilize that they can come in and get trained? And, oh, by the way, with our PD, and we're not having to pay it on overtime, and we're not asking them to do these things like. So we're answering not just one singular question, we're trying to answer a multitude of different things. Does that help?
Yes.
Because that's what we're trying to tackle. It's not one thing.
Right.
It's like, Again, through consolidation, yeah, we need less teachers. So, hey, now we don't have to find quite as many teachers this year. Helps us a little bit with staffing. Helps us cut back a little bit on different other costs. Like, that's great. So then what's next, right? Because to y'all's point, look y'all, it's $10 million a year for 3 years. I mean, it's not over until either the state decides to finally pony up, or we're going to continue down this road along with systems all over this state. Because there doesn't seem to be a burning desire up there to push a lot of money into education. There just does not. Again, just because you don't hear me screaming about going to Austin doesn't mean I'm not going. Doesn't mean I'm not having the conversations or I'm picking up a phone. Miss Caldwell said today, the relationships that we built in the 88th are paying off because they are calling us, they are asking us questions. But that doesn't mean they want to hear and give me what I want, right? It just doesn't.
This is more of a granular question, I know that, and Mr. Jarrett touched on it some. But what plan do we have in place to support the receiving schools who may be lower performing in some areas? Not every area, but some areas.
Well, I think that's the case at any campus. I think every school has opportunity to get better. And so one of the things we will have to do is look at where the pain points exist for that school. Also, the students that are coming in, they may have deficits that require more attention and more support. So I can't really answer that question exactly what we will do because it just depends on how the transition of kids go to each campus and the impact that will have on the overall.
But Mr. Jarrett, let's have a talk about one campus we spoke about today. What do you want to look at? Do you want to look at achievement or do you want to look at growth? Because if you look at achievement at one of our campuses, yeah, they seem to be achieving less. But when you look at growth, kids are growing at a faster rate there than they are at their home camp, at this other campus. So accountability is so bloody complex. And I'm going to say this because, Ms. Shelton, get your notepad. Our accountability rating comes in with over 2,000 data points. So which data point do you want to look at to tell which story? What we took a look at is, based on what we shared with you all in August, what can we see in? We see very comparable outcomes based on letter grades that the state says this is how we rate schools. But every single school in this system has work to do.
Yes.
Every one of them.
Always.
None of them are perfect. They all have something to work on. And it's like playing whack-a-mole sometimes. You start focusing over here too much, and this ball over here drops. It has to be this very complete system in order to address it.
Kind of like Ms. Chidgey, I do want to acknowledge that this is a huge decision for us, and we know that, and we don't take it lightheartedly. Even the neighborhood that I live in has gone through exactly what you described, which was they moved to the high school and then they moved the high school back to, so we've experienced that. But I feel as a trustee that my responsibility is to ensure the overall health of the whole thing. And I completely respect and acknowledge all of the emotion involved in it. It is our job to make sure that we are using our resources in the best possible way to avoid unnecessary debt. I know it doesn't seem like maybe this was a thoughtful way to do it, but I'm certain that it was. Even when I was teaching in Northeast, this was something that I would hear talking, at a higher level about. we need to be able to put our funds and use them just in the best way. But I do know that the next part of this process, and we don't know what that will be, I guess we'll know here soon, that it needs to be carried out with the utmost care and attention to every single employee and student and family that is involved. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
I just have one more question. Okay.
One more, because I've got questions.
Oh,
Me too.
that's
Me
right,
too.
you
I
haven't
haven't gone.
gone. Just, this is a quick
I
one.
asked 3 big ones, but
Oh,
go ahead.
okay, I know, okay. My question is this, and I'm going to address the million-pound elephant in the room. What are we doing to bring our students back? Because we have charter schools that have plopped themselves down in our district, like, I won't say it. Anyway, do we have any plans? Have you guys been powwowing together, trying to figure out a way to bring these kids back? Because we're obviously a better choice. All right, obviously. But they were enticed away. What can we do to bring them back?
Yeah.
And that's just rhetorical, because I don't really, if you do have a great plan, I really don't want to announce it here.
Now, Ms. Villarreal, this is something that we have been doing for years. It's some of the stuff that I shared. I personally called over 150 parents to come in and speak to me about why did you choice out? Why did you, looking for the one thing, right? Only to find it was a whole bunch of different things. It's storytelling in a way that talks about, because what we knew through our own survey data was people love their teacher. So how do we highlight the great educators inside of our building that are making a difference for our kids every single day? So we tell those stories. We use the brand pillars to do it with, right? We go out and speak to folks. I go out personally to D9 and D10 and different places to talk about the great things that we have in our school system. But people are going to make choices, either based, on, I don't know. Some parents are like, look, you folks have put people on L&E. I don't know which one of y'all did, or maybe it was another board, but the dad has got like, hey, I've got one in your school, I've got one over here in charter, and I've got one over here in homeschool. Are they wrong? I don't know. That's what the parent said. I'm not going to judge them for it. That's what they thought was best for their child. Just as we're sitting up here talking about school choice and magnets, and, well, this is what I think's best for my child, right? We continue to explain the great things. Why do you think every single board meeting I talk about the great things that are going on in our district? Because we are doing it. We're doing a lot of things to show people the value in choosing Northeast ISD. Like, folks, we've got 8 years in a row now kids going to cyber to compete. Yet, when we opened ICSI, we saw several kids from charters apply only to withdraw their choice. I don't know. They made a choice, right? But again, Ms. Villarreal, I want to remind you too, is like, look, people just aren't having the number of kids they once had too. Like, and again, as competition ramps up, folks, we continue to do it. And as one speaker said, we are being attacked as a system. We are. And so there are people that are just telling constant negative stories, which is why when we were out at community meetings, for some of you, you heard me, we're building up a school to tear another school down in the system. Like, that's not helping us. Tell those negative stories about it. Again, I said it, I'm not perfect. We aren't perfect. But I can tell you what you have is a whole bunch of people that are really trying to do right. We don't wake up any morning thinking, you know what, today we're just not going to do it right. Like, we're just going to make people mad. Like, we're always trying to do the right things. We're always trying to make changes, which was expanding school choice, which was tweaking the magnet, which is offering different things. Always trying to do, but knowing that every single person has some other reason that they're doing it. And that's it. Like, we had some kids on school choice here because on a grandparent affidavit. Only because the family got a divorce, they're out of our school district. They didn't choice out necessarily. They had to choose out because of something in the system, right? And I'm always open to more ideas. We'll look at them and explore them. Like, one of the things we need to advertise. Well, we've tried that only to find a massive backlash from some of our community about why are you spending dollars on marketing instead of in a classroom, right? So everything, and we did, and it was pretty ugly. I'm looking right at Miss Chancellor. Like, so, you know, we have to account for things slightly different than our competition. This is what I always try to talk about is competition is fine, folks, but we got to have the level playing field, and we simply don't. When you look at the ESA bill that's coming down the pipe, a charter can now petition to be a provider, but we can't. So they get access to the 10K, but we don't. Like, that is how the system's getting stacked, not in our favor. So if we want to advocate, like, go up and really say it. Like, those are the things that, no matter what we're trying to do, are working against us. Because, you know, you look at the ESA bill, yeah, they have to take accountability of their choosing. I'd like to choose what accountability measure we're going to take too. I don't see how that's anything to help other than to stack it against us further.
That's okay. Ms. Villarreal, does that answer your question enough? I want to talk a little bit about I think you mentioned it, Dr. Micah, about one of the questions we got is why not move kids to Clear Spring instead of moving them to Cerna? And you briefly mentioned a minute ago about a capacity thing, but can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah. So, Mr. Byer, let me tell you, and I'll address a couple of things we've heard. It's unsafe on the side of the road. All right. I will say this, that even looking at where we've had. You all know, I talked about it in Austin. One of our schools, a person had done a carjacking, jumped one of our fences. Our safety specialist, intervened, but the guy had thrown a gun. That happened in the middle of a neighborhood. That did not happen on the side of a road. Like, bad things can happen anywhere. I think we've seen that now in the world, that it can happen anywhere. So when I look at a Clear Spring and moving, again, does it have the capacity over time to expand, or is it? It is a very small footprint of a school. It's why there have been, and again, I don't know why we put portables, all those portables there, never ever building school. Like, I don't know, that was well long before my time. But the campus itself is very small outside of those portable usage. Cerna, Royal Ridge, and El Dorado, while they may have some portables, their main plant is still larger and has more capacity than Clear Spring. Does that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Jarrett, this might be for you. We mentioned in the community meetings about transfer of student information from teacher to teacher and school to school. Can you expand on what that looks like a little bit?
Sure. So part of it is folders, of course, will be transferred from one site to the other site, explaining information about the student records. But the other piece that we're kind of looking at is more that one-on-one conversation for our special needs kiddos, and allowing families to sign up for a specific time that's available for them to talk to the receiving school and have the sending school on that call as well. The other piece of that puzzle is that conversation when we're having that parent night, where parents will be able to go to the school, do a tour, and they'll get a chance to bring any information forward at that time. Again, we're building a plane also with pieces that we got to fix and we got to modify. So if we get other feedback on something that we're missing, then we're going to modify and adjust to try to meet our parents' needs and our kiddos' needs accordingly.
Thank you. Talking about the staff a little bit, and that would be everything from cafeteria workers to custodians, paras, teachers, principals. I guess there was a mention about they're sort of given one option to move, and I had heard previously that there was a set number of only 4 people per school would go to the new campus or something of that nature. And I understand that student enrollment is going to dictate ultimately how many teachers, how many staff we have at these facilities. But I guess the question is, one, will they have a choice where they go? And, well, I guess that's the only question. Will they have a choice where they go? How's that going to look?
So we are going to seek as much information as possible from those impacted employees. So we will be creating a process that allows them to give us as much detail that would help us to determine what they are seeking in their new placement. Of course, we have to factor in their certification, things like that, that have to match the assignment we're moving them to. But for example, Dr. Micah said, if they've expressed that the start times of a certain school will accommodate their own child care needs that they have, or proximity to a daycare facility, or if there's any other preference they have. We just really want them to put forth as much information so that we can try to match them to the placement that will best suit them, not only in their experience, but their personal needs within the district. We do want to try to make these placements for our staff and for everyone as soon as possible, understanding that once we know where those students are moving, if that's also something the teacher expresses or the staff member expresses they want to follow along perhaps and be at the school that those children are attending, we will try to make those efforts that will also be helpful to our students in that adjustment that they're making and transitioning. The other thing we have is our transfer window. So we did explain to our employees that even once a placement is made, there still would be within our time frame an opportunity if a new position becomes open at another district, since resignations will continue to come in and those opportunities may present themselves a little further down the road, then they would be able to apply for those positions and be considered as well.
At another campus.
At another campus, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Mr. Byer, we already do this every year. All right? And one of the things about it is we want to get them placed because we will still have more positions available, but we're not going to start hiring until those positions, the people that are displaced, have new homes first, and then we'll open it up. So we want to get them placed sooner rather than later so that it allows our principals to go out and start to hire other folks that are needed as well. But our commitment first is to the people that are displaced.
Okay. And I guess, are we having conversations with the teachers in like some of the transfer of this information? Do they have input on how that's going to look? Are we listening to their voice, and how will best effectively transition students from one school to the other? Are they part of that committee in that discussion? I mean, I know there's not a formed committee necessarily, but
No,
are we
it's not.
seeking that
And
input?
part of this journey is that, as Dr. Micah mentioned, on Thursday it will be us having a conversation with the principals, letting them all come together around the table so we can collectively brainstorm, and then whoever else we need to invite to the conversation so we can enhance the transition for our families, then we would do that. But it's going to require more conversations. But again, we didn't want to get too far over our skis and make that decision before the board had an opportunity to have a vote.
Okay.
But Mr. Byer, we will leverage Ms. Booth at Almus and Ms. Nungesser out at Vineyard, because they went through this years ago with the repurposing of West Avenue. And so they have a lot of insight. I've been talking with them off and on about this, about different things that they learned through the process, and they will be sharing that with principals as well.
Related to the, I'm not going to have the exact word, but is it the trauma-informed training that all our teachers, trauma-informed care, that they all have to be trained by
The
2028?
mental health first aid?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Can we commit to making sure we prioritize those staff that will be at the, I guess, the receiving schools and those teachers?
Yes.
If they haven't already been.
Interesting enough, I already received an email this afternoon, I believe, for a memo that will be going to principals where we're actually going to open up opportunities for staff to already attend those trainings even before this school year ends. And then we'll have multiple trainings throughout the course of the year to make sure our families or those teachers are taken care of. But we would strongly encourage them to go through the mental health first aid.
Okay. When we're talking about transportation to and from the magnet schools, I'm not sure exactly what the size of that population is that would be accommodating, but is there any reason why we couldn't, if we're going to be repurposing Driscoll as a facility, is there any reason we couldn't use that as a pick-up and drop-off point still, like we would any other middle school?
Right. So, Mr. Byer, the one thing that we've got to visit with those staff that are there is, in the event that a parent wasn't there, who's going to take care of that child? Because in a perfect world, absolutely, they're going to be there, right? But what's going to happen when mom or dad are late, or aunt or uncle, or grandma or grandpa? Who is there to watch over that kid? Can they have, then do they even have access through the system? I can tell you they don't, to access every kid that's out there, like contact information and that types of stuff. So we have to work through some of that in order to make certain that if we're going to allow that campus, one, can cover it, and two, has the access that they need in order in some type of an emergency to do it. Again, I don't want to say the busing itself probably can,
But there's other
but there's
factors.
other factors in there that we have to, because again, it's not going to be a middle school. It's going to have different staffing, different pieces. So we got to look through that, see how that would look.
I don't necessarily have any other questions. I will say that, depending on what the decision is tonight, that if it isn't the way that some folks in our community want it to go, that I wish that they would stay and reconsider, not pull their kids, not move. I think we have great schools. I think we have to be careful tearing each other down with what's happening at the state level and the federal level to some respect, but really trying to regroup and regain our footing. Money itself is not going to help this situation. We need students, which translates to money, but we need students, and we need everybody's help to try to regain our footing in that respect. And my fear is that we can't sit idle. We've got to do something. And my fear is that the next thing is cutting programs. We've already gotten a report a couple of years ago about dual language and the HAM program, and it saves us a lot of money, but it was not in the best interest of an attractive program that will keep kids in our district and in our boundaries. My fear is that little things that we can digest now could become catastrophic if we're not careful. And so I hate having this discussion. Nobody likes having this discussion. And I appreciate everybody coming out to those meetings and voicing your opinion. Your passion was definitely seen and heard. Your emails were seen and heard and read. And again, I'll reiterate that those students that came and spoke out, that touches a nerve. And I've got kids of my own, one in the school district still. So trying to put myself in your position and understanding that, but also understanding the 1,000 other pieces of information that we have to, as trustees, look at on a daily and weekly basis. So I thank everybody for their patience being here tonight and sticking with us through this late meeting. Do I have any other questions or comments from trustees? Ms.
I'd like
Cox?
to make just a brief comment, if I may. And a lot of this has already been said, but I want to say it as well. And to Ms. Chigi's point, governance is hard, especially when public education is under attack and we're being pitted against each other. There are so many uncertain elements as we work our way through the 89th legislative session. What I do know to be true is that public education is a community. So many of us working together, campuses, students, staff, PTAs, and partnerships. But despite that best effort, to David's point too, we need more students and more money and an even playing field. We get the honor of educating every student, but that comes with increased cost and responsibility. I also want to say thank you to the Efficiency Committee. That was a great group, and they had an important task, and I think they did it with their due diligence. This is a really hard place to be, and it's emotional. I took an oath to be fiscally responsible, and one of our board goals is to continue to use the best practices in its efficient and effective management of district resources. I'm also a mom. I had 3 kids go through NEISD, and I spend time on elementary and middle school campuses, so I completely understand and respect your feelings, and I absolutely applaud your advocacy efforts. Moving forward, however that looks, we will work together to take care of each other. I can promise my other trustees will do the same, and we will work with district leaders and campus staff to make whatever decision is made as human as possible. I implore you to further your advocacy efforts at the state. Figure out who represents you. Go sit in their office. Continue to use your voice at the state level, and reach out to me if you need help with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Anyone else? Questions, comments? All right. At this point, if there's no other further discussion, there's been a recommendation from the district staff to consolidate Driscoll Middle School with Garner and Harris, Wilshire Elementary with Northwood and East Terrell Hills, and consolidate Clear Spring Elementary with El Dorado, Cerna, and Royal Ridge. Do I have a trustee who would like to entertain a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we delay our vote to no later than April 2025 and provide systems to ensure that all community member questions have been answered and that we display a full plan of execution.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
Ms. Landry? Any questions, comments? Hang on, sorry, let me write that down real quick.
I just have one. If we were to wait, where would that put us? Okay, where would that put us financially if we were to do as Shelton says, and go with her motion where we essentially put this off until April? What would that do to us financially?
Well, I guess I'll answer it like this, Ms. Villarreal. Delaying it to April is well within the board's purview, right? We will not consolidate next year. I will not commit to you at that point that it can be done and done well. And then what it will do is we will not actualize a $10 million in cut. And so we will move that into next year to have to make some more decisions, because every time we don't hit that $10 million is another time that we're going to have to figure out how to put another additional $5 million to next year.
So in other words, what you're saying is it could actually make the situation a whole heck of a lot worse.
All we're doing is we're not making up ground on our budget deficit. You've seen, we tell you about the budget deficit. That's where it's at. All right? We have done through secondary staffing, through the cutting of a program, and through additional cuts here at central office, have made up approximately close to another $5 million in cuts. This is that piece to get to the other 5, but it's ultimately up to you all.
Can I just speak to the motion on the floor? And April's arbitrary, right? I appreciate Mr. Jimenez, Ms. Caldwell, Mr. Jarrett, Mr. Villarreal always, Ms. Lackhorn, for giving us more data and more information. My concern, and this is what I said when I spoke, is our scorecard's not balanced. We're good on fiscal. I checked the box. I'm with it. We're good on staff. We know how we're going to, Ms. Witten spoke too, how we're going to make sure people are where they need to be. I think we're good on students. Mr. Jarrett and Mr. Jimenez have updated their plans based on what they heard from people. Where we're not good, where we are not balanced, so I shouldn't say not good, where we're not balanced is stakeholders. And so my concern is that we haven't answered all of their questions to help them be with us. Ms. Cox, you're 100% right. We need students and we need parents and stakeholders that are advocates. The way you get there is we earn trust and we bring them along. So for me, it's really about what are the other questions that they have. Let's answer those questions, whatever they are. And maybe we delay a week or we delay 2 weeks, but let's answer those questions so not only do they feel heard, but they're truly heard. Because everything that we've got going forward, we need the people in this room and watching online and that are for school closures and against school closures. We need all of them for this to work over the long term. And that's the reason for the motion.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shelton. Any other questions? Or comment?
I have a question too.
So if we are going to do, if we just aren't going to do it, move it to April. But if we are going to do it, I want to do it well. And I want to take care of every child. And I want to put a good, strong, solid plan in place. And I don't know if you can do it in that short amount of time. You don't have the kids in school to go and visit, and there's a lot that's going to go into that. And I have very high expectations for you guys over there to get it done, and all of those principals and all of those staff members. And Shyla out there Mrs. Witten out there has a huge job. I just don't know if you can do it. You said April 22nd, even 2 weeks from now. I think we just need to hit the road running tomorrow morning if this passes. If you want to kick it down the road to April, I have doubts that we can do it well.
But it's not about kicking it down the road.
Yeah, sure. Microphone, please.
It's not about kicking the can down the road, because I don't want to do that either. I think that's a waste of time, right? If we're a yes, we're a yes. My thing is, we had so many questions answered tonight, right, that we've been asking for weeks that we now have answered tonight. What are the questions that are left? Those are the questions I think that need to be answered before we take a vote. And I appreciate what you're saying, because really that's probably how we maybe would have done it, right, in a different year. But I'm just saying, how do we bring our stakeholders along so they feel good, whatever the vote is?
Ms. Cox, you had a comment or a question?
Now I think I've forgotten because it's way past my bedtime, but that's okay. That's not your fault. So, and I appreciate Ms. Chidgey's comment that if we're going to do this, then we are probably already behind the schedule. But also, I know for one, I've had a lot of emails, all of which I appreciate over the last couple of days, and I encountered more questions that I hadn't thought of, and I brought those to district staff and to Dr. Micah. So I think that's part of the reason why we had more questions answered tonight, because we got more questions. That kind of took a while, too, to hear from parents, and I know that not everyone does a QR code, but I certainly got my fair share of emails in my inbox, which, again, I appreciate, because that's how we learn the questions to ask. So I think that's part of the reason we had more questions answered tonight. So, is there, I don't know. I don't know what the question I'm asking now, because Ms. Chidgey said that if this is something that we decide to do, then we should already be doing it. So I guess I'll leave it at that.
Ms. Villarreal, did you have your mic on? Oh, are you good? Ms. Landry?
And so for me, for seconding the motion, my concern is that we do have some questions that don't feel like we have solid answers. We have some processes that were put before this process that kind of gives us a disadvantage for those that we're impacting. And for example, the school choice. We've already had that open, we've had first come, first serve, and now we're going to impact students who really should have their first choice. And so those things, and not having a solid, this is the way it's going to work, and this is how it's going to happen, and this is the next step, this is the next step, it makes me feel uneasy because some of it's variable, and I get that. There's a lot of moving parts. But some of it, we really should have it lined out that this is how the process works, and this is the first step, the second step, this third step, and then these are the things that need to come next. And maybe it looks like doing one school at a time, if that's a possibility, or just not overwhelming the system with 3 major changes in one fell swoop. And I know we're in a major deficit, and we don't want to get any further. But I feel like we started this behind the 8 ball, and now we're trying to get it done, and I get that. But there's a lot of impact here.
Ms. Thompson.
This is more just a comment, like, as educators, I can't imagine that the folks sitting over here don't have a plan. Like, I'm sure they've been up at night thinking about these plans, but they can't proceed with them without our vote. I mean, as teachers, I say this all the time, and I really mean it, are magicians. They make things happen for kids, and kids will be taken care of and loved and received and all of the things. I feel confident that we are ready to go. And I don't think that that means every single question is going to have a hard answer. That's most of the world that we live in. Like, we don't just have a hard answer. There's all sorts of reasons for things. So, 2 cents.
So do you have a question? Comment?
Comment. You know, I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about this, and I've been weighing it back and forth. And the last time the admin brought a plan to do the dual language program, and we blew it out of the water, okay? And here we sit as we get deeper and deeper in the hole, and what I'm concerned about is at what point, you know, and I'm not, believe me, I am not happy about any of this. This is still, I'm so angry inside, you know, about this whole thing, because I feel like our district is suffering, and it's horrible. But I can't help but think that if we keep shooting everything out of the water, every time our admin brings us something and they're trying to tell us, they're screaming into the woods and telling us, look, you know, we're going to lose this district if we don't get our acts together. And I am sure they're not bringing this to us lightly. This is not something that they just came up with, you know, a month ago. And they've looked at the books, and I'm sure it's probably worse, you know, them looking at the numbers than what they're telling us. And so I'm sitting here going, and Ms. Chidgey, I mean, I respect her. She's, you know, she's been in the trenches. She knows what it takes. She knows what the emotional toll it's going to have on the kids. But she's saying if we wait, then we're putting everybody behind that way, and then it makes everything rushed. And now we've got even worse problems. So I don't know. I mean, I came in here today, I was rared up and I was fired up. But the more I listened and the more I learned, I'm sitting here thinking, our backs are to the wall at this point. And do we want to lose this district?
So we currently have a motion and a second to delay the decision to April 2025 or some time in the future, but you specifically said April 2025.
No later.
Okay. My apologies. No later than April 2025. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
I think that was 5-2. Motion fails. All right. I will make a motion to approve the consolidation plan as presented with the 3 schools, as we've heard from staff. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Chigi. Any questions?
Can I make a friendly amendment?
You may.
That once approved, the district has X amount of time, you can decide what that is, David, to bring forth a complete plan of execution. So, I'll look to you guys for how much time you need, but within...
I am comfortable with that, but I will need, I'm not going to give that time frame. I'm not the one doing this day-to-day, so I would have to look to Dr. Micah to give us a time frame on that.
Okay.
So help me, I guess what I would need from you all is exactly what does that mean? So for instance, when we went out and spoke at community, as you could hear tonight in our presentation, we learned a lot from going out there and answered.
Mhm.
So my definition of complete and yours may be slightly different. So what is it that you would want to see, which then would tell me and my staff how much time would be necessary?
Right. So in my mind's eye, I think Mr. Jarrett talked about already, kind of we've been looking at this, and this. What are all those elements and how are we going to execute against them? So what are all the elements from a transportation perspective, from a school leadership perspective, from an instructional operations, from a HR perspective? What are all the elements and how are we going to execute them? What I'm trying to get to, Dr. Micah, is our stakeholders, right? I want to balance the scorecard and help them feel good about what comes next.
So, Ms. Shelton, may I suggest that March, April, May, we bring to you updates on the progress going through so that you know, here's where we're in this plan and process. Here's what's gone, here's some lessons, hey, we did this, that each and every month, rather than it definitively picking, that we just bring you an update. Here's where we're at in the process. We have X amount of staff already placed. We still have the remainder of this. Transportation has done the following, and that each one of us report out to where we're at in the process. That way then, should there be something arise, because as we're not omniscient, we just don't know everything. Should some question arise, that way then we can adjust course if we need to, that bring it back and say, here's what we did differently based on X. Does that?
Yes,
would
that's
that
perfect.
work?
Thank you.
Okay. So if you are okay with how that looks,
Yes.
I can easily accept that.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gigi, I assume you would second that as well. So.
I'm happy.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, there's a motion on the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you all for everybody being here and participating in this process, and thank you for staff doing the hard work that y'all are doing. right, we are on item D, consent. We have item 1, instruction and campus administration, A, 2025-2026 Castle Hills and Academy of Creative Education, ACE calendars. 2, business services, A, over 50,000 purchases. 3, operations, A, 2025 construction prevailing wage rates approval for Northeast ISD construction program. 4, minutes from January 2025. 5, end of consent. Do I have a trustee wanting to pull any item from consent for discussion? All right, seeing none, do I have a motion to approve consent as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mrs. Landry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 7-0. Sorry, writing this down. Item 12, reports. A, interim financial and management reports. B, awarded bid report. C, federal grants report. D, open records request report. Those have been provided to you. Item 13, discussion and possible action regarding board members' requests for items to be placed on a future agenda and/or requests for reports from the administration. And I do want to say that there are 2 hanging out there that have been emailed to me from Ms. Villarreal and Ms. Landry. Those will be, I'm trying to get those on next month's agenda. So I just want you to know, I'm sorry, it was Ms. Villarreal.
I believe Ms. Cox had one as well.
And then Ms. Cox has,
The vapor.
there is one from a couple of months ago that we need to get scheduled.
I
Yes.
can't even, right
So-
now,
So you know, those are in the works. We don't need to ask for those again this evening. So, Ms. Shelton.
Hi. So, and this came from actually a couple constituents in SMD2, Kinder Roundup. So I would love to look at the timing of those Kinder Roundup events, as well as how robust those events are and the marketing plan for them. The concerns specifically were the timing tended to be way after school started or way after school ended, and so the kids couldn't really see the day, or they missed, and it was hard for parents. And if you did not live next to the school, because of the way it's marketed on the marquee only, you didn't know about it, because if you don't drive that way, you wouldn't know there was Kinder Roundup. So I would love to understand better kind of what the Kinder Roundup process looks like. Is it different school to school? Are there best practices that maybe we can share in SMD2 or throughout the district?
Is that something that can be provided in an email
Absolutely.
to you from staff?
Absolutely.
And then if there is something more specific or some policy or something that we need to look at, then you can bring that forward next
Right,
time.
because what I would ideally find out what other people are doing, and then maybe we can present that to some of our principals to try to, this mom is very, our couple moms are very like, hey, how do we make this more robust?
Okay.
And then my second thing, dual language application submission process. The website is presented as vague with confusion about who takes and receives, who gives the paperwork. So I had a couple moms who were trying to get their children into dual language, and they called their home school and they said it was the receiving school. They called the receiving school and said it was the home school who should get the information. So just maybe some clarity on the site as well as across our schools so they know who's supposed to do what.
Okay, that sounds like something that we need to look into first and check the language. And then again, if that rises up to the level of a policy that we can, or some instructions that we have control over on a governance level, then we can look at that. But I think staff is now aware. Yeah. Any other comments or questions? All right, seeing none, item 14, adjournment, and the time is 11:11 p.m.